This is their 2020 PAC summary, their political action committee. So they took in, wow, quite a bit of money. Wow, that is over $1 billion. Let's look at just recipients overall. Biden is not black. Elizabeth Warren is Native American. The money that you think you're giving to the cause goes to this organization that likes to spend their money on Bernie, Biden, Elizabeth Warren, and Pete. They're 4 top people. None of them are a person of color.
I've had enough. And that black people need to special treatment, and you need to give us handouts, and worried about black athletes. Listen, man, as a black man in America, and I've been black for 33 years, I am sick of the pandering. I'm sick of the false equivalence. I'm sick of people painting the picture like I am less than in my own country. This country belongs to me just like anybody else. I have never experienced racism in America. I haven't. That doesn't mean that other people haven't. But I don't have to walk around with my head down, walking around acting like a victim when I haven't had nothing to do with that. And none of the people that I know are racist. I don't know a racist. I've never been around racists. Why do I have to be subject to idea that people are forcing on me just because of the color of my skin? I can give my statements about Black Lives Matter and how ridiculous I believe their organization is. This is America. You have the freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want to say. Why is it that my white friends don't have that same right? If you say all lives matter, which is true, that includes black lives, ladies and gentlemen, you get fired. They fired a guy who's a commentator, fired him because he said all lives matter in a text message. You should be concerned about succeeding, concerned about how you gonna dominate. And I'm telling you that as a black man in America, the reason why I'm winning is because I'm not sitting around worried about white people. I'm not sitting around trying to guess who is racist and who is not. I don't care.
In terms of identity politics, we know what identity politics does. It divides and it polarizes. No matter how you want to look at it, that's just the effect of it. No matter hey, we're good.
It will grow as we grow. We all need to prepare ourselves. You might have the food, water, gold, and silver, but ask yourself, are you truly prepared? That's why you need to visit MaineMilitary.com. MaineMilitary.com carries everything you need. Gas masks, fire starter kits, high-capacity magazines, chemical suits, military surplus items, and much more. Do you own a firearm? MaineMilitary.com has a large selection of pistols and rifles suited for your needs. Are your local stores sold out of ammunition? Call or visit them today for prices on hard-to-find ammo and bulk ammo orders. You don't need to worry about having a military surplus store in your area because MaineMilitary.com is the only store you'll ever need, all from the comfort of your computer. Visit them online today at MaineMilitary.com. That's Maine, like the state, military.com.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader,
Sure.
the 45 long slide
Yep.
with laser sighting,
You betcha.
the Uzi 9mm,
Yes, sir.
phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay. They'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you will fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Cronkite. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and central. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, CB base stations, and Ultranet Hallmark and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson, along with CONUS, the two outlying states, the territories, and the clock. Somewhere it is midnight, somewhere it is midday, but here it's 5:08, forgive me, just changed, 5:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Weapons Wednesday. Dun, dun, dun. It is the 22nd of July. It is the 12th year of Open Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist Occupation of America with a K. 2020 Old Earth Calendar, 2020 Dance of Swords. War is inevitable. It is not if, it is only when the shooting starts in earnest. Right now there's all kinds of, again, the parry thrust, the motion to move into position, the police state, wanting approval so that when they come for your guns, they're supposed to go, ha ha, you asked for this, and then everybody goes, why? And they're going to go again, ha ha, you asked for this. Bigger police state means the knuckle draggers have to find business, and you're going to be on the platter. You're the target already. You are in the crosshairs by the communist parasites from one end and the cop communist parasites from the other, along with the police state / the government. So there are other enemies, and they're joined together in one thing, like a pile of orcs. They all look at you as the only thing they can have left to feed off from, and they're planning on stealing from you. It's just that simple. So you're in the crosshairs. And it is Weapons Wednesday. So remember, hunt your enemy harder than they think they are hunting you. Put them all in the crosshairs. So we got a lot of work to do. Again, we have a lot of work to do. A couple things real quick. I have mentioned several times the Rock Island revolvers that kind of disappeared off the market. And they were. As a matter of fact, they have reappeared, but they've reappeared in what appears to be now a different pattern, which I think is rather interesting. Now, for the longest time, the Rock Islands have duplicated the Smith & Wesson Model 10 standard across the board. They're made in the Philippines. They made Rock Island. There's 3 or 4 brands over the years, and 2 of them that are still in production. One was the Rock Island design in a K-frame, Smith & Wesson, 4-inch police sight / rail sight on the roof, not adjustable. They made a 2-inch and a 4-inch, and they did make a 6 when they first came out, and they dropped that real quick. I think they were told, oh, no, you can have a belly gun, but you can't have a target gun. So anyway, for a utility K-frame, they're still the best price. And if you don't think so, go look at what Rugers are costing. take a look at what an actual Smith & Wesson costs, although there are a few deals I've pointed out already, but not many people will want to put a gun together. So if you're looking for an out-of-the-box gun, then the Rock Island Armory pistol, the Model 200s, are in stock over at Classic Firearms. Why a revolver? Well, it's a 6-shot. It's a 4-inch barrel. It's a standard utility piece. Been around for, well, what? 100 years. Yes. This is the year 2020. The basic K-frame Model 10 in its earliest form, before it was known as the Model 10, came out in about 1916 when Smith was doing all their different, government contract prototyping. The big end frames are what really took the market, as you know, the Colt, the Model 1917 Colt, the Model 1917 Smith & Wesson, as they are known, which, by the way, are the Dirty Harry guns. If you don't recall, that's the end frame that the Smith & Wesson 44 Magnum is based on. And, of course, there's others, a couple other calibers. 41 Mag is on the end frame, too. Kind of disappeared. You can still rebuild cases, but you got to hang on to everything you got and trying to find loaded ammo, new, fresh. Well, it's going to be old stock mostly, I think. I don't think there's but 2 manufacturers making 41 Mag for anybody. But beyond that, let's go back to the Rock Island Armory, 51-261 Model 200s, the M200 38, 4-inch barrel, 38 special, 6-inch revolver, black and black. It's got a Pockmeyer type stock set of grips. Well, it looks more like maybe a set of Hogues rather than a Pockmeyer. It looks like a set of Hogue grips. But what's interesting in looking at this gun, it's going to be either, how do I put that, Colt, or it has got definitely a Charter type. I'm trying to look at the way they reconfigured the thing, and it's a significant change, and it depends on what year the gun was made, but this year, or this model that appears to be out right now, it was a Smith & Wesson knockoff. I mean, 100% Smith & Wesson knockoff. It was so Smith & Wesson that a lot of the parts just rolled right over from one gun to the next. Now, these guns are all typically built in the Philippines. I don't think they've been doing them anywhere else, and I'd be really willing to bet that if I were to check on this one right now, it's a Filipino gun. There's nothing wrong with that. The Philippines, the metallurgy and the pistol craft and the gunsmithing work done in the Philippines is very high grade. They may make them out of whatever kind of metal they can find, but they do make a point of building them well to the point where the technology works. I would carry this gun in a heartbeat. Seriously, I wouldn't have any problem. Brand new out of the box, $250. No, it's not. I know, for a few hundred. For $40 more, you can get a semi-automatic. But as I've said before, if you're going out and hunting international bankers, or you're going to be putting bullets on things where you don't want to leave anything around if you can help it, having the brass stay in the revolver is really nice. But also long-term survival, preparedness, and just common sense fighting. You're not going to spray and pray. You want to put a bullet on the target, you want to put the target down, and you may follow up with one final shot, coup de grace / whatever to get rid of it, or you club it like a baby seal if you're smart and save the ammo. In this case, the revolver itself is simple, straightforward, point click. You have a malfunction, which is not likely. I'm going to say this. I have shot God knows how many rounds through a revolver. I've fired Colts, Smiths, Rugers, Dan Wessons. I had piles of Dan Wessons. I still do. They're tucked away in caches with multiple barrels. And their guns are fine guns. All of them, they all work. I've had Model 15s. Well, let's go down the list here. I've had Model 10s, Model 12, Model 15. 2 of the Model 17s, harder to find than chicken teeth now. I don't know how many of the Smith Model 27s. I love that gun. And that's an end frame, 357 Magnum, typically in the highway patrolman configuration, 6 inches. I had a brace of 5 of those, and still do. I got 4 that are squared away, and those are in another cache. That's a 357 Magnum / hold on to my bullet. Oh my God, in long range mode. Model 21s, Model 28s. Ever see a Model 21? Well, it's an end frame. It's kind of a unique, really unique pistol. In fact, the Austin Police Department carried them for the longest time. And, in fact, they were custom built for the Austin Police Department, Model 21 Smith. Anyway, all these guns work. I would carry any one of them in a heartbeat. If I had to pick it up, make it work, I wouldn't have any problem with it all. I wouldn't complain if you gave it to me and I'd make it shoot. I would put it on your hind end and keep it there. Boom, boom, and boom. The big thing about these revolvers is, again, maintenance, and long-term would be timing. And also getting beat to death by trying to play Dirty Harry by grossly overloading new loads. Here's the first rule with a revolver. If it's spec'd out for a certain dimension, keep it there. Now, somebody just asked me, well, would you carry a 5-screw, World War II 38 Smith & Wesson short? Well, in other words, a 38 Smith & Wesson, because the other one's a 38 Smith & Wesson Special. Yeah, I have bunches of them. In fact, I also have a bunch of top break Enfields and Webleys in 38 Smith & Wesson. You know what? Where I'm going to put the bullet on you, I don't have to worry. You're going to stay down. Now, it's nice to have more power, but it's more important that you hit and you put the bullet where you want to put it, which is why you need to, of course, practice whenever possible. But these little K-frames are great because they're easy trainers. Well, the brass is recovered fast. You dump the brass, pocket it if you're going to do anything with it. I mean, common sense, especially we bought it so we don't leave brass behind. So if you have to start firing up a few more rounds, you get used to the idea of pocket dumping or using a dump bag just like you do for magazines, and you take that handful of brass and drop it right into the pouch. That way it's there when you need it later, and nobody's going to have to guess about where to recover it for reloading. One of the big advantages here is as long as you stick with a medium load, revolvers will shoot indefinitely. I mean, there really isn't any difference in performance over the semi-automatics except for volume fire. Now, if you get really good with a speed loader, you can keep right up with a semi-automatic pistol with a revolver. I know people who have shot revolver won't carry a semi-auto, and they carry the revolver for the reason I mentioned. They keep the brass. The only thing that gets into the target is a bullet. You pop the barrel, change it out when the time comes, and go back to the serial number barrel that matches the frame, and you got a spare firing pin. Congratulations. Ain't anybody's going to know where that bullet came from. Just like with semi-automatic pistols. By God, you've got spare barrels all over the place for the SIGs, the Glocks. You better have 2 or 3 barrels. You got to put bullets on an aggressor, and you want to continue with the clandestine war. You want to make sure you've got spare barrels laying around. In fact, at some point, you're going to take that barrel, the one that you might have used, and put a torch to it and turn it into a puddle of mud, puddle of slag. That's how you do it. So, again, the revolver is a good choice. The advantage is keeping the brass where it needs to be. Little heads up, you can load down a revolver. You don't have to load it up, something to think about. Because, well, what about being quiet? Well, then you better learn a little bit about reloading, because it's amazing what you can do with real heavy bullets and a lighter powder charge. Yeah. And if you don't understand that, go look at and go find some CB caps by CCI and fire them and ask yourself, without a hush puppy on the end of the barrel, why is it so quiet? You do know about CB caps, right? CB caps, it's a CCI load. They should still have them out there somewhere. Who knows? If they don't, I can understand why. Because for a lot of the work that you might need to do, and right to the back of the beaner, and they drop like a basket, like a bushel basket full of loose, muddy rocks. So that's how you want to do it. Anyway, good weapon, K-frame, nothing to write home about as dull as can be. I don't know if it'll ever be collectible, but hey, eventually they'll be running out of them, and every firearm out there becomes collectible to a degree. But in this case, it's a basic shooter, and they do have them in stock. 38 Special is out and about still. 357 Magnum, not so much, but of course, if you want to spend money on a big expensive round, for any of these guns, yeah, there's ammunition out there like that. What you're looking for is shooting grade, training grade / combat volume grade. So actually anything for a 38 is fine. Wad cutter, semi-wad cutter, round nose, hollow point, flat, soft point, take your pick. Whatever you want to work with. For a lot of your utility shooting, standard wad cutter, because it doesn't punish the gun. You can shoot all day, doesn't punish the shooter, and you reload real quick. Real simple powder charge, conventional primer, doesn't need to be Magnum. and a 158 grain conical lead, or barrel lead. It literally is just like a big barrel of lead. That's what the bullet looks like. So it's simple. Anyway, K-Frame, Rock Island Armory, they're over at classicfirearms.com. Go over to the handguns, and let me double check what page is that on, how it pops up. I believe it's on the first page. If you scroll down, well, in theory, hold on. No one correct me on that. Correction. Page 2, about halfway down the scroll, right in the middle. And there's a couple of the guns you guys were asking about that are on the same page. But in this case, it's a gun that actually was out of inventory. Now, here's a little comparative note. Go look at the Rock Island spare parts kit. There is a spare parts kit. They're virtually brand new disassembled guns over at Numeric Firearms. It's everything except the frame and the barrel. And the barrels, of course, remember, they've been chopping those up. That's policy. But these are brand new factory guns that were disassembled. And there are 3 different manufacturers listed. Each one is separately mark stamped and is brand new / disassembled for parts. And if you compare the parts inventory and look at the parts image, and then take a look at this Model 200 and compare notes. Now, the advantage there may still be, or most, and that's why I want to find out more about this revolver. If this revolver was is interconnected with regard to the spare parts inventory, because some parts may still be the same, but they may have changed certain elements. Once we find out what works and what doesn't, it would be worth the money to buy the very cheap spare parts kit from gunpartscorp.com if they're available. Again, I have not seen them. They were there, say, last week. I've been looking for them. In fact, today I was looking for them just before the program. I ran out of time. And I do know that they're in the inventory with gunpartscorp.com, but I don't know how many are left. And usually people find them. They may just grab them up because of all the other Smith Model 10s and the Model 200s that are out there laying around. So with the ones that are in circulation. Barrels, yes, they do have Smith barrels, but I did not see any of the Rock Island barrels. Now, I could be wrong, and again, they could have thrown them in the inventory. They're always adding parts. Parts companies are always adding parts. Somebody has inventory they want to sell, and they're more than willing to grab it and drag it away and put it in their inventory in their warehouse and sell it too. So just something to think about there. Just a heads up. Now, yeah. Well, again, there's plenty of leather. There's all kinds of holsters. What you want, how you want to carry it. As far as a revolver goes, it's no different from an automatic. The big thing is speed loaders. Now, thank you very much. Well, Mark, you said you could be as fast with a revolver, but it's a revolver. Yeah, but HSK or Sierra speed loaders, each one has a different style, a different design, obviously because of patents. The Sierras, if you remember, are the cylinder push models, which really are fast. If you've seen a shooter that uses Sierra push type speed loaders for a revolver, they can keep up with an automatic all day. The biggest thing is, how much ammunition is everybody carrying? Now, they take up a little more space. What I like about the HSK speed loaders, which you can get over at jgsales.com, if you're looking for speed loaders for your J-frame, K-frame, N-frame, Ruger, if you got a big N-frame, Dan Wesson, like I mentioned before. And, by the way, also for even H&Rs. Top break H&Rs, they make speed loaders for those. If you have a 22, they make speed loaders for some of those, if they're revolvers. So there's an advantage. If you got Grandpa's collection of guns, and let's say you have an old Colt Police Positive, I wouldn't have a problem with carrying an old Police Positive. Now, again, don't overcharge the gun. Do not put plus P ammo in a Police Positive. Just use standard 38. Again, the gun is so damn convenient. This is one of the reasons a lot of cops like them, because they weren't shooting people all the time. They're a J-frame gun. They're small, but they have typically anywhere from a 3 to they could have a 2, a 3, a 5, or a 6-inch barrel. They're double action. They typically, they come with or without. They have both police sight and they have target or matchmaster sights. It depends on what year they were made. And a lot of those guns are pre-World War II. You may have inherited one. Could be in 38 Special, could be in 38 Smith & Wesson. Don't bore it out or change it. Leave it in 38 Smith & Wesson, if that's what it's in, and buy ammunition. You can buy brand new Prevy Partisan 38 Smith & Wesson ammo, factory fresh. And that ammunition is not grossly overpowered, but it's a good medium load. It will fire all day in that 38 Smith & Wesson Colt, or let's say you got a pre-war top break Smith. There's a bunch of those out there. Would you carry one of those? In a heartbeat. I got piles of them. Now, I'll relate a little story. When we were out there at Fort Wegatcha, I went to one of the gun shows. I bought a box of Smith & Wesson revolvers for $60. I bought a box. It was like 30 revolvers for $60. Now, of that, I sold a bunch of them before I left the gun show, so it paid for. I mean, I just, I didn't go crazy. It's like, you can have that one for $20. I knew it was worth a lot more. The guy said $20. It's like, okay, make him happy. Well, then somebody else came over and saw another one they wanted. And I know why they were cherry picking. They were guns for their Smith & Wesson collection, because these were all top break Smiths. Models, all the models, right up to the last model available in the Smith, in the top breaks. Well, anyway, the rest, went through them all. Two of them were 32 Smith & Wesson. There used to be ammo, and there still is ammunition for those out there. And again, the rest were 38 Smith & Wesson. Their timing was good. They close. They're tight. They click, click, click. And those guns are in another cache with about 4,000 rounds of ammunition. Would it cost me for the pistols? Nothing. What would I do with them? Walk up, put it right to the back of your head, and boom! And lights out for the sentry, and now I've got a SIG rifle, I've got a uniform, I've got his helmet's going to be a little greasy, but I can clean the brains out of that. Hopefully I didn't splatter it, because the bullet's not that powerful, the round's not as heavy. But I can walk up, take out a sentry, and hand the pistol off to somebody else. I got a SIG, I got maybe a light rifle or something, and I got a combat kit, if I was that bare butt naked. On the other hand, it's a nice little in-your-face pistol. If you're, in defense, you can stash another little handgun somewhere. You make sure that you put a minimal, again, a little bit of ammunition with the gun, and you carry more than one of them. They don't weigh anything. They're lighter than a Glock, a lot lighter than a Glock. I think you can carry 3 of those for the price of one Glock. And the fact of the matter is that they work. They're a little 3-inch, 4-inch revolver, simple little grips, out of the way, pop, 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 boom, 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 and hang on to my bullets for me, and away you go. That settles it real quick. So, yes, all weapons. I don't care what it is. If it's a gun, it'll put bullets down range. You had better have ammunition for it, okay? You simply better have ammunition for it. In fact, if you already have a collection, before you go any farther, like I've told you, if you have a bolt-action deer rifle that Grandpa left you, it's only a 30-06. You mean it's a 30-06. What do you mean only a 30-06? My God, that's all the rifle you need for most of the dirty work you're going to have to do, getting rid of international bankers and wiping out, the police state / communists when they're all given the order to, turn on the population. Well, turn on us, but a lot of the population is brain dead. They just sit there and stare like sheep. But the rest of us that are going to have to deal with it, that 30-06, that's a delivery gun. So how much ammunition do you have for it? And have you actually pulled the trigger on it? It's Grandpa's gun. It's old. There is no such thing as old when you're... Hell, okay, look at it this way. It might be 100 years old. That's 1920. Okay, it could be a model 1917 Enfield. Could be a 1903 Springfield Sporterized. Who cares? Both those guns, phenomenal weapons. I carry in a heartbeat, wouldn't think twice, got about 100 of each. Well, not 100 of the Springfields, but I do have 100 or more of the 1917s because it used to be $65 a gun. And every chance I could, and somebody wanted to get rid of their evil Grandpa rifle like I'm talking about, the Sporterized model 1917, which is one of the most powerful actions out there for, rebuilding even if you want to make it like a 300 wood mag or something. Well, in 30-06, it does just fine. And when you buy the rifle for $30, $35, or $65, you can afford to stack and rack them. And any ammunition you have will go down that tube on a 1917 Enfield. So if you got one of Grandpa's rifles like that, or great-grandpa's guns from World War I, clean it up, make sure it's oiled, lubricate everything, undo all the screws, don't go crazy and try to break something. You get yourself some penetrating oil, make sure that everything is cleaned up, back the screws out, clean them up, lubricate everything, put it all back together, and then get a box of ammo, cheapest of the Federal or cheapest of the Privy Partisan or whatever you can get from JG Sales or Ammo Man or UNammo.com, and get that sucker out into the back 40. Start finding out where it prints. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Grandpa's 30-06 is as good a rifle as anyone you could ask for, and they are not obsolete. Only an idiot, a fool, or an incompetent would declare that an 06 is obsolete. It's grossly overpowered. Yeah, right. It's grossly overpowered. What can I say? Dunderhead. Anyway, the other thing is there's a lot of other guns that are out there. Now, some of the guns you might have inherited, you will not find ammo for because depending how old they are, it is literally an ammunition that is beyond chicken teeth. It's just not available. There are a few calibers. There are a few. 30 Remington, 32 Remington, harder than hell to find, and expensive if you do find it. Okay, good cartridge. Problem is just expensive. Okay. Other guns, 16 gauge. I've mentioned this many times. That's one thing I've been watching. This, 16 gauge used to be everywhere. When you were down in the Southwest, I was amazed by this. Every aisle I went to, every gun shop, or when I went to any of the chain stores that they had, they were equivalent to Kmart, only better than Kmart. They would have two full aisles, like left and right, two full shelving units, left and right, of 16 gauge, of loads I never saw before. 16 used to be in the Southwest, like in Canada, even up here in Michigan. 16 gauges are very popular, way up north, and real popular in Mexico and down on the border in the Southwest. Now, if you get a 16 gauge, there's a number of 16 gauge guns out there. You still can hunt down 16 gauge, but it's going to be pricier than 12 or 20. So don't be amazed by the sticker shock. This is where if you can find stuff that people are getting rid of at estate sales and auctions and stuff without going crazy. Never go crazy on this stuff. Set a price. If it's a reasonable, fine. If not, let it go. But a 16 gauge pump shotgun, you got some ammo for it? Let me show you how I can make it sing. It's not a bad weapon. It's just that in this era, the year 2020, it has faded. And I don't know why. It really doesn't make any sense because 16 gauge was and is a good utility chambering. Like I said before, everything was made for it. So the preference went to 12 and then dropped down to 20, which both had been in place for a very long time. Any of those guns will work too. You inherited anything, and by the way, 28 gauge. Yeah, some of you probably run into one and go, oh, it's totally crazy and obsolete. No, it's not. That's a competition shell. 28 gauge is out there. You can find it. It is actually available. And right now with all the ammunition shortages, you might notice that a bunch of it has popped up because if they couldn't buy any other ammo, they're buying what ammo they can and putting it on the shelf and posting it on web pages. But it's a trap and skeet load typically. However, it'll put bipeds down just fine and it'll take bunnies and whatever else. It's just a matter of, again, you find out where that shotgun hits. And if it is a 28, it's probably a master's gun, so guess what? It's going to be a pretty tight shooter. You got something that may be worth more money if you really aren't worried about it as an inheritance item. A lot of the guns you may have inherited, you could sell and probably purchase something else if you choose to do so and make big money because a lot of the guns that you're maybe sitting on, or some of the guns, are actually more valuable to certain people who are collectors. Now, there's an advantage to this. You sell it to the collector puts it in his inventory, and he appreciates it. You get the cash that you need, you buy the parts, the weapons, and the ammunition you need to round out what you have, and both sides are happy, and you know the gun is going to be taken care of. So it depends on, again, of course, the guy might just be buying it because he knows he has a market for it. Well, if you got a good price for it and you're happy with it, as long as you're satisfied, then it's a good trade. Yeah, he's still probably going to make profit on it because he knows where to take that gun to make the market work for him. I don't begrudge anybody that. Some people think they're sly when I've sold stuff to them. I know, I can tell by the way they act. They're thinking, you just dummy. No, I know exactly what you're going to do with it. But, if I got it for $10 and I sell it to you for $300, I'm happy, you're happy, nobody knows the difference. But I bought it for $10, and you're giving me $290 more than I had. I have sold many guns that way. And it's all undercut. Rather than do the big price, oh, I'm going to get $1,000. No, dump it for $500. What'd you pay for it? $10, $15, $35? You got a good profit out of it, but you turn it around fast, so you've got more resource to work with right away, especially when the market is soft in certain areas where you can go in with that cash capital and turn around even more, especially if you know where the goodies are and the other people don't. That's part of that old firearms trade thing and the gun shows and how they used to work, and the world has changed even on that as far as, well, do we have time for it? Not so much. Anyway, another thing with regard to the revolvers, again, speed loaders, yes, there are speed loader carriers. That's something somebody's asking, well, how do you carry the speed loaders? Myself, I carry them everywhere. If I'm carrying a revolver, in fact, many of you met me, and you probably didn't realize I was carrying, about 70 rounds of ammunition on me. Anytime you saw me speaking, you understand I was carrying a Smith & Wesson Model 27 6-inch under the armpit in an angled jackass rig. I was also carrying a 45 staggered magazine Star, 4 magazines for the Star, 1 in the weapon itself, and I was carrying in every pocket a speed loader. In that suit coat you saw me wearing, each pocket had a speed loader, or carried 6 rounds flat, depending upon which pocket it was. What I mean by flat, you ever see the little rubberized flat carriers? Allows you to carry, you don't have a pan full of chiclets. Every pocket had ammunition in it. That way, I got plenty to put down range. Oh, you thought I was counting on somebody else to protect me? All the times I was out about talking. If you see all the videos, if you go to Liberty, go to YouTube. Punch in Mark Kornke, and go look at all those videos. And any place where you see me, if you'll notice where I'm wearing especially a suit, well, trust me, I was pretty confident I could protect myself. Okay? So, again, the convenience and inconvenience. Well, yeah, ammunition weighs. However, just make sure that you, if your clothes fit properly, and you make sure everything is snug, and again, remember, I was wearing body armor. The nice thing is I could hang stuff off the body armor, too, which worked pretty well, and nobody had a clue. Now, if the shooting had started, I could hand a pistol to an ally standing right next to me, or a friend who, may or may not have had what he should have had there, and I got 2 guns wailing away. Everybody's got more firepower going down range. So just a little heads up. And again, doesn't mean there weren't other weapons. When you have a large plethora of weapons to draw from, you do the variety thing because you need to cross-train anyway. Practice, practice, practice. Always remember that. Now, on the speed loaders, yes, there's a number of different carriers, belt carriers. By the way, a lot of the jackass rigs, the revolver's on one side to counterweight the bra, the way the strapping is set up, depending on who it is that made it. And I do have a lot of the original jackass rigs. The counterweight is 2 or 4 magazines or speed loaders. Now, you have double carriers and quad carriers. They go under the steamy armpit on the right side. If you're a right-handed shooter, your steamy armpit is where the weapon is, left side. Your other steaming tropical rainforest armpit is where your magazines or speed loaders go. Why do I bring that up? Well, because a lot of people forget to do real maintenance on their weapon if they carry a gun like that a lot. And the one thing that does happen is, no matter what, we all sweat, we all perspire. You're in front of lights, you're in a southern environment, you're up here in the summer moving around with all the goodies we're talking about. Guess what? You sweat. So remember that when you're done with that trip, or whatever you're doing, you stop, dismount all the equipment, take the ammunition out of the speed loaders, break out the cotton rags I told you, the old underpants, the T-shirts, the socks you've ripped open, or you can leave part of them, like sock puppets at the end. That's a great way to turn them inside out for wiping stuff down. Use the inner twill to get to all those nooks and crannies, and you wipe everything down. And wherever you need to do any maintenance or a spot check, you do. If it's the weapon, you do actual lubrication on everything, wipe everything down, do a quick bore clean. Also, especially check around the front of that cylinder, because gravity sucks and the moisture collects in certain points. Just remember that. And you would think, well, you're just not that much moisture. Oh, you'd be surprised. You know how many revolvers I've seen that have been chromed, and you know why they're typically chromed, and you find an older revolver? Your grandpa may have inherited you, or your dad might have inherited you, a K-frame or a revolver of some kind that has been really well chromed. If you look close, you'll see that there's a reason it's chromed. There's some little flaw points that are divots in the metal. They're not real obvious, and the chrome fills in a lot of that. And if you know how to do it, you fill it in with a number of different layers of copper and chrome. Okay. The reason they chrome those revolvers is because somebody carried the weapon in a holster and didn't clean it off like I just told you to do, or they carried the weapon, semi-automatic or revolver, in an armpit holster, and they didn't do anything other than take the rig off and hang it on the shelf, or sit on the shelf or hang it on a rack, okay? Didn't pull it out of the holster, didn't check it or anything. After all, just going to put it back on tomorrow, next day's work. Well, after 3-4 weeks, or even just a few weeks of that, you'd be amazed how well all your greasy, oily body salts work at corroding blued steel. Oh, yeah. Yes, I have seen this many times, and I have chromers that we used to have in the area, guys who did finishing, that did chrome work. That was all they did was weapons repair, or I should say weapons cosmetics to cover the sin of lack of maintenance. So let's avoid that. Prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. Common sense dictates. And even if you have a plastic gun like a Glock, you still have more than enough metal parts that you better make sure that you do regular maintenance no matter what. Get all that armpit grease and all that body oil and all that salt off of the weapon, or it's going to have to require some kind of top coat and maintenance or whatever you're going to do. Yeah, there's tough coat paints that are just fine too. You don't have to chrome it anymore. You can just paint it and fool everybody. So anyway, on to other things real quick here. Another thing that was asked that we talk about today, and it is Weapons Wednesday, and money is a weapon, food is a weapon, ammunition is certainly a weapon. The cashless agenda is being pushed by the pigs that are a minority in this country to destroy the sovereignty and the freedom and the liberty of our people, and they are the enemy of the American people, and they should be put up against a wall and shot. The proposal right now to go to the cashless society scam, Trump, if he doesn't step up, and obviously he's not saying anything, so he's part of it. All these characters are part of this BS. They're trying to push in or slide in sideways the cashless society scam. Now, if I told somebody, which by the way we have talked about this, we have told people about this. Well, we owe you 40 cents in change, but we're not going to give it to you. Yeah, you are. Well, we're going to give you a voucher. No, I gave you cash. I see what it says right there on that currency. I want everybody to point out there's a contract. Where is the damn government on this? Where's that peckerwood in the White House? Where are all those peckerwoods that said they're for the working man? Where are all those pieces of trash, the bottom-feeding, butt-licking fools where they're working for the Israelis and their communist, Jewish, Chinese counterparts? Where are they? Because you know what? I seem to recall when I showed this to several people today, it says for all debts, this instrument is good for all debts, public and private. Period. They've killed people because you were possibly or threatened to kill people because people were going to come up with their own currency, which, by the way, if the government isn't going to provide the currency, then we need to produce it. And since government is failing us and intentionally failing us because they've let foreign international bankers screw with our money supply and steal our property, our digits, well, guess what? They need to be shot. Shot, clubbed like a baby seal, walked out and hung from telephone poles. I really don't care, because that's the line right there, people. If you have a cashless society, you are slaves, because that's where all of a sudden a little clique of shyster international bankers are all of a sudden going to claim that they're the overlord of your life. We need to get rid of them. They're a minority. They need to die. There are very few of them. Hunt their ass down, get rid of every last one of them, and we will be free. This is done and over before we got started. However, what was asked that I address is this. There is no coin shortage. The banks are admitting this. There's no coin and currency shortage. This is the ring knockers all pushing, just like they did with the rest of the earlier part of the 1933 War Powers Act. This is the same international bankers who are absolutely the enemy of the American people and the enemy of your freedom. We have a bunch of stupid people in this country. Most of them are wearing the dog muzzles right now. It's good. I told you before, take pictures of all of these dog muzzle wearers. A big chunk of them are going to be deported. These frothing at the mouth, bug-eyed nutcases that we have out there, they're the same ones. Well, yeah, cashless society, it's wonderful. You all need to be slaves with me. No, I don't, and I'm not going to be. However, do not. Notice I didn't do it 3 times. Didn't I do that 5 times? Let me do it again. Do not take any of your coin to the bank. Well, I'm going to help them out. Some idiot stick had quarters and dimes. Some fool, some idiot, some stupid person had a bunch of quarters and dimes and took them to the bank and then said, well, the bank may look at us really stupid because we don't have any shortage. We got all the coin we're supposed to get. They're just not taking it. It's the fault of all of these shyster operations being run by the Communist Chinese, the Jewish Mafia, the foreign clique in Washington and overseas. They are trying to push the cashless / read that the rest of their buddy shyster bankers would be manipulating your life, and you could be internally exiled in a heartbeat. All they have to do is claim that your card doesn't work and you cease to exist. And and in their mind, they're going to make you, of course, starve and homeless and whatever. Anybody who is proposing the cashless society needs to be dragged out and have a bullet in their back of their head right now. Will I take that back? Never. You want to know why? Because that fool, that person, that creature, that venomous monster, that thing has every intention of lording over you as some kind of god on this planet. And by God, you're dealing with Americans now, so we all need to go out and deal with these buggers in one way, and there's only one way to do it, and that is to get rid of them. That is the line. Now, there's one of the lines right there. We're finished. As far as I'm concerned, the moment that they start, they're already doing it. It's like, don't do business with. Kroger's is not giving change. Don't go to Kroger's. Stop shopping at Kroger's. There's nothing you need at Kroger's. Walmart's doing the same thing. We got Meyer Shifty Takers pulling the same bullshit. Okay, forgive me, the same BS. Well, you know what? The first one was right. Right now, we've got all these, what are they? These minority chains. These are all a minority clique of individuals. Only a handful of individuals are trying to tell you that cash isn't any good. Well, guess what? You better go read that contract note that you have in your pocket. Now, on currency, real quick. Go pull a dollar bill out right now. If you're listening, pull a dollar bill out right now. Pull a 10, a 5, I don't care what it is. Pull that out, too. Now, I'm not going to go through every sub-point that I could on it, but let me point something out about both of those. The one is very intricate, isn't it? Isn't it amazing how intricate? Look how complicated the one is. Why is the one so complicated, and why have they continued to produce the $1 bill in its intricate form? I want you to go look at the $5 bill, its counterpart, and remember which one is worth more. Well, the $5 bill is technically worth more digits. Don't argue or tell me, and please don't. You don't know anything about money. I know everything about money. Trust me. My point is that the 5-digit bill should be worth more. Ergo, wouldn't it be as intricate? Now, it does have a lot of safety, security / BS counterfeiting features, which, by the way, as soon as they made them, the counterfeiters already had counterparts for them to mimic whatever they were doing, so it's a waste of time. Okay? However, who cares? The trillions and trillions of digits, if there was a counterfeiter out there, what difference would it make anymore? With trillions and trillions of digits floating around, having somebody counterfeit even $1 million would be like spit on a griddle. Not even spit on a griddle. You wouldn't even notice it. It never got to the griddle. It evaporated before it hit the griddle. So you see how stupid that is? Well, the counterfeiting. Who cares? government's counterfeiting and has been from the get-go with regard to the FRN, Federal Reserve note. But let me point something out. Now, you got that bill out? I bought time. I gave you the time. Lay the bill on the table and ask yourself, what are you looking at? Let me ask anybody who wants to answer if you can. What on the table am I looking at when I am looking at a piece of currency? What is it?
A debt instrument.
It is a debt instrument. That's true. Now, that is one answer that's correct. And by the way, I'm not going to, most anything you could come up with is not wrong. However, it is a contract. What you have in front of you, be it a debt or a credit instrument, is a contract. And how do I know
Agreed.
it's a contract? If I
This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private.
There, okay, that's the part. Okay, but here, let's start from the top. When you read an instrument, okay, this is what a piece of currency is in America. It is an eclectic contract that is made by a guy who was working with a Crayola machine. What do I mean by that? Well, think about this. If you were writing a normal contract, while it might have 55 pages in language that you and I couldn't understand for the most part, and that's intentional so they could rip us off for whatever they could, and lie later about what they supposedly, what they were supposed to cover in the contract, the fact of the matter is that every piece of currency is a simple contract. And look at the top. It tells you who it is that actually owns it. Who owns it? You got Dar right there. Dar, what's at the top of the contract? What does it say?
Federal Reserve note.
There's the guy who owns it. Guess who, of course, backs it up? The second party, the lesser party, has got bigger letters, but that doesn't mean anything. What's the next line below Federal Reserve note?
United States.
Oh, there's that corporation, but the corporation is listed second. Ergo, it is inferior to the Federal Reserve. Now, there's a bunch of other numbers there. We know, what do the numbers mean there, Dar? What do they represent?
Which numbers? The ones in the corners?
The numbers around the
serial
corners. The four corners. There's four corners. There's four numbers. They are reinforced over and over again. It's a digit, right?
Units of currency.
1, 5. It determines the value of the piece of wipe your arse paper, right? So we know
Correct.
that we're told that we have a digit's worth of something if we have a dollar bill. And then we have a statement that is a very short contract, but if you look at the original contract in all of your papers, it used to be a lot bigger. But that's because
Much
of
longer.
the Federal Reserve. What's it say there again? Read that little statement there.
From memory, this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private.
Okay, so how is Kroger's telling me that it's not viable?
Well, because it doesn't say that on the coins.
Well, yeah, but you see, you've got into a contract by accepting the currency to begin with, and ergo, we now have an established instrument system.
Correct.
Now, the government will kill you if you try to make a competing instrument system. And what is their validation for being able to do that? That the currency is sovereign. That currency is the supreme currency, that we will only use United States notes, that we will only use Federal Reserve notes, that we will only use the coin of the realm combined with these notes, which are all part of the same instrument contract and is binding. So where is the damn Treasury? And why isn't their ass out there up the arse of Walmart right now and Kroger's right now and whatever? In fact, there's where you need to call. Hi, jackass. You know what? Somebody told me they're not going to give me change. Is your currency worth anything? Did you guys all go bankrupt? Is this money not worth anything? Is that what you're telling me? Because I better be investing in some other foreign currency now, right? See how this works, people? Everybody does the apology, lick the rumpus, looking for the big brown hole in the middle of the butt cheeks, and try to be liquid toilet paper. Instead of, hey, here's how it works. I'm going to stand right here until you give me change, and otherwise I'm calling the Fed, and I'm going to come after your ass that way, and it's a felony for what you're doing right now. It is. They're debauching the value of the currency. They are undermining the system. They are undermining the confidence of the system. Ooh, you weren't supposed to figure this out. So who the hell are these bastards to think that they're going to shovel this garbage down our throat when I have an instrument that, by the way, is backed with the guns and the force of arms in general of the corporation of the United States? Unless it's the corporation of the United States is trying to screw me, and if they don't show up, then obviously they are, aren't they? Now, don't tell me about how, well, Mark, it's the Federal Reserve. I know that. I fully understand the enemy that I'm dealing with. But you see, we need them to vocalize. Because if they're telling us right now that they don't, there's a lie that the Federal Treasury, now, and let me point something out. There's only so many editors, Jewish editors, that are pushing this scam, and they're Jewish editors. There's only so many Jewish bankers pushing this garbage, and they're all a minority. They're a small number of people. So I'm going to ask, where's the federal government, and why aren't they crawling up the bunghole of all these operations that are trying to undermine and debauch the currency of the United States? You think about this, people. And I want to we're going to touch on this again when we get past the break here. I mean, we're going to go over it more, but first of all, don't get rid of any of your coin. Don't get rid of any of your nickels, dimes, quarters. The government has all that it needs. And by the way, where's Donald Trump? Because the Treasury should be stamping out. If we're short, then we need 20% of our currency digits in actual paper and coin, whatever wipe your arse paper it is. But instead, they are creating the condition like we need to go to this cashless little minority owning you as a slave operation. I say we got a war on our hands. In fact, we got a real blatant war on our hands, and we have every right to shoot their ass for trying to do it. God bless our republic.
Death to the New World Order.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run.
And we are on the march both day and night.
Hoorah, kick him in the slats. Guys, you got a contract in your hand. You got a bunch of third parties pissing on a contract. Where's the Fed? Why isn't the Treasury in there crawling up their hind end, beating the living snot out of them? Or do they just do that with us peasants, but not with their little buddy, ring-knocking fellow travelers? You all see how this works? I think I understand this completely. So let's see what happens, because if they follow this path, we're at war. We're finished. It's not a maybe kind of, because by God, you cannot be, you're going to be owned by somebody else, a third party. They ain't part of our government. They're a bunch of turds from overseas. We'll be back in a few minutes. Second hour coming up. Buy more guns and ammo and food. You're going to need them all. God bless.
Never give up the struggle, boys. Fight for the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Stand for the rights of man, boys. Stand against all tyranny. Hang the lance of freedom, boys. High on the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. It will grow as we grow, boys. It will be as strong as we. We must cling to our faith, boys. Faith in the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty.
We all need to prepare ourselves. You might have the food, water, gold, and silver, but ask yourself, are you truly prepared? That's why you need to visit MaineMilitary.com. MaineMilitary.com carries everything you need. Gas masks, fire starter kits, high-capacity magazines, chemical suits, military surplus items, and much more. Do you own a firearm? MaineMilitary.com has a large selection of pistols and rifles suited for your needs. Are your local stores sold out of ammunition? Call or visit them today for prices on hard-to-find ammo and bulk ammo orders. You don't need to worry about having a military surplus store in your area because MaineMilitary.com is the only store you'll ever need, all from the comfort of your computer. Visit them online today at MaineMilitary.com. That's Maine, like the state, military.com.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader,
Sure.
The 45 long slide
Yep.
with laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm
Yes, sir.
phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you to always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun. Permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm, so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm, and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. And your daughters visit doctors, so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores, and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now, as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second hour of the Afternoon Intelligence Report. I'm Mark Kernke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and south. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, IndianaFreedomTalkRadio.com in memoriam. We miss you, Spike, and especially now you're needed more than ever. This would be part of the fight that I'm sure you would enjoy being, well, you would have wanted to be a part of, because that's what we were preparing for. Anyway, we're also on Liberty Tree Radio on YouTube. Liberty Tree Radio on YouTube. We have the archive there. If you're looking for a program, anything you've heard today, any live programming that we have done will be on the archive over at Liberty Tree Radio. It's pretty obvious on YouTube. Go to YouTube, punch in Liberty Tree Radio. When you get to our channel, you'll see all the postings there. You can go back and peruse, you can record and share, do whatever you want with them. We are not going to attack you for making a copy and sharing it with friends. We expect you to do that because we need to get the word out. We're also on AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, and CB base stations. Good afternoon, Channel 31 test. By the way, we had to move you. You're up in, I believe, Montmorency County as of this last weekend. We've got some test equipment going up there. We're going to be putting a couple of permanent CB stations, rebroadcasters on standby, part of the big grid going across the lower peninsula and headed to the upper. And we just had actually one of the group up over the bridge doing the same thing. In fact, I forgot. I should have mentioned that. So I want to say thank you. Guys were over the bridge up in the working man's end of the state, and pretty cool. So we're expanding the CB radio grid for permanent rebroadcasting, so when we hit the switch, we're everywhere at once. Also, UltraNet Hallmark and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson, CONUS, the outlying two states, territories. It is 6:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Weapons Wednesday, 22nd of July, 12th year of open Fabian, the Socialist, and Soviet Socialist occupation of America with a K. In your face and right out in the open. And it is 2020, Old Earth calendar, 2020, Dance of Swords, Battle for the Republic, the fight begins. So, not if, just when, it's already kicking off. Now, here's something I would point out. The federal government is not stepping in to protect the national currency and ensure that the national currency is honored. If that is the case, they have voided the contract, and new currencies need to be in place before the economy is worsened, before it is damaged. So for everybody out there, that needs to be our goal. What I have said many, many, many times on the air over decades. We need to have a replacement currency ready. We're not going to wait to fall flat on our face. We already learned from 1929 and 1933, and we all know better. So none of us are stupid like the idiot sticks that are buying the "we're short change" lie. We got a caller. Who do we have?
Mike from Ohio. Just another little tidbit of history. I have in front of me a silver certificate from 1923, one of the large size, and it says redeemable in $1 silver, which everybody has to remember, according to the Coinage Act of 1792 and the Coinage Act of 1873, the silver dollar was a defined amount of silver, which obviously was the silver dollar, if anybody's seen a silver dollar. Also here in front of me is one of the later silver certificates, the 1957A, and it doesn't say $1 silver, it says $1 in silver. Because what they were doing at the time was they planned on allowing the currency to inflate under the Federal Reserve Act and then redeeming the existing silver certificates in silver according to the inflated dollar, which means you would get a lot less silver than which was traditionally contained in the silver dollar. Ultimately, that didn't happen in 1968 when they had the last call to redeem all the silver certificates.
Now, let's not forget, the certificates are one thing, but here's another one. Add the third one to this, silver and gold notes.
Yeah.
Now, what are United States notes? What are the Federal Reserve notes? They are. Now, this is where people were chomping at the bit when I was talking in the first hour. because what you just brought up is the other half of the story about the theft by the kosher mafia against hard currency in America. You and I, how did America's banking system and treasury system run? You want to know how it ran, guys? You and I invested in America, in our country, our form of government, which had a freestanding, non-centralized banking system that was not tied into the Jewish international bankers, which we're not supposed to use that first word, but that's who it was. So here's what happened. We have all these certificates. You and I, Mike, you invested in Michigan. I invested in Michigan. We invested both in Ohio, too, because we bought, we took our gold and silver and put it into the Treasury. Now, there was a reason. There was also an investment process whereby we would gain interest. An extension of this that some of you might remember are, how many remember we had a system, we had bonds. Remember those? Savings bonds. Remember those? Anybody? Well, that was part of the original system. So here's what happens. The shyster international bankers get Woodrow Wilson to betray the United States. And all of a sudden, you and I have all these certificates, which are deposit notes. Just like you said, there is a piece of silver somewhere. Well, guess what? When they came up with the Federal Reserve note, they, of course, had the silver notes and gold notes, which were facsimile / they're like duplicate, counterfeit certificates. They were illegitimate notes. Whoever got to the bank first and pulled the silver won. If you had that note, and progressively this is what they did, not only did you have silver and gold notes, but you had Federal Reserve notes. Now, you and I, we couldn't get gold or silver for those, but if you were an international banker, you could go to the U.S. Treasury and demand gold and silver for a Federal Reserve note. But you peasants, and myself, none of us. So what happened is the shyster bankers went in and raped our reserves and stole massive quantities of tangible wealth from the American people. And it was a progressive lie that did that. Go ahead. And let's not forget. Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned about how they were stealing through the Federal Reserve System. Well, I also have some of the old Federal Reserve notes in front of me. If people don't remember, the original Federal Reserve note said redeemable in gold or silver coin or lawful money.
Right.
And people were redeeming it for gold.
Yes.
But then they like in the mid-30s, I think it was around the time of Roosevelt, if you look at one of the notes from there, it just says redeemable and lawful money. So they took the gold out, and then they went from that to saying just this note is legal tender. So they didn't do it all at once. You could see they were slowly, conditioning everybody to just accept getting nothing.
Now you have that, and then you have something else. You literally still had greenbacks in service. Greenbacks, United States notes, were basically another money supply system that was an option and was used as an emergency money supply traditionally. Now, this is where people get a little confused when they hear about, remember John F. Kennedy reinstituted United States notes. And everybody goes, well, there's two groups. One tries to lie and claim, well, he didn't do that. And the way they say, well, the way they do this is, well, there were United States notes. Well, of course there were United States notes. United States notes were put into what is called minority circulation, while Federal Reserve notes became the majority circulation instrument. What did that do? It upset the balance. And the purpose behind the Federal Reserve notes was to steal the tangible wealth, just like you described, from the American people. Understand that what Kennedy did was the first step in transition back to legitimate currency in a peaceful fashion. So what did they do? They killed him. But because, here's the thing, there would have been, this is kind of like with slavery, guys. Most people are not taught, and you see all these baffle you with bullshit pieces of garbage that are out there flapping their yap right now. Does everybody understand that before the Civil War, there was an implemented Back to Africa campaign and peaceful solution for de-slavery operations in the South that were already in motion? Does everybody understand that by 1870, the institution of slavery, as everybody's read about it, without a war, would have been gone? Think about that. Well, there had been no Civil War. Right. There had been no Americans killing Americans. There would have been no profiteering and stealing of the land off from underneath the American farmer. On both sides, North and South. You think the South just had carpetbaggers, you haven't been taught any history. And you're not. It's just like the currency we're talking about right now. Now, with Kennedy, this would have been a peaceful transition. What did he do? He increased the strike, the print of additional United States notes, which were non-interest-bearing instruments. What did this do? The shyster banker who was pushing the 11% interest to the Jewish bankers overseas through the Federal Reserve, the Jewish bankers tag you with 11% interest every time they strike a $1 fake piece of currency, or a $5, or a 10, or a 20. The bigger the note, the more money they make for the same silly piece of worthless paper. And you have to pay it by striking more currency. So what Kennedy did is he generated a non-interest-bearing instrument that was legitimate, and he had the ability to actually produce by order as the president/executor of the United States. Now let me point something out, because, Mike, this is what I want to tie in. Where's Donald Trump right now? If we have this, Mike, you've heard publicly that we have this coin shortage and currency shortage, right? It's
oh yeah, everywhere I go, they want you to pay with a card or exact change.
But it's been yapped out. But it's been in the media, hasn't it? It's been in the propaganda mill, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm bringing this up so you would think, right? Since we've seen the propaganda in the propaganda mill, Donald Trump knows about this, right?
You'd think so, but there's a lot of people that are these QAnon folks. I actually just went to a John Birch Society meeting, and there was one real nice guy there, obviously well-meaning, but he buys into the Q nonsense, and according to him, this is all Donald Trump's big plan to reintroduce the gold standard and save us from the Federal Reserve.
Right. Well, okay, here's how this works. Now, number one, no matter what, therein lies the rub, okay? Everybody can see what's going on. So Donald Trump tonight or tomorrow, or for that matter 5 days ago, should have addressed this, because here's all that the president needs to do. In fact, the president can do this at any time with anyone, and I'll remind everybody again, there are 7 different federal currencies in circulation right now. We only talked about 2. Now, I should say currency instruments. What are the 2 that we just talked about? Now, both are still in circulation, but one is the majority, which is raping us, and that's the Federal Reserve note. The other is the United States note. The United States note exists right now. There is on the books, the United States note is right there in the year 2020 in the bookkeeping mechanism for the Treasury of the United States. But at present, it has been intentionally idled / mismanaged / manipulated so that the shyster kosher bankers stealing and ripping off and burning America to the ground right now, supporting international communism, which is Jewish international communism, they are getting 11% guaranteed for the trillions of dollars they just sent overseas to the same Jewish bankers that we didn't touch. We just had this relief thing that was supposedly relief for what? $7 trillion left the United States and disappeared, people. Like spit hitting a griddle. Now, Donald Trump, right now, with the magic pen, could simply order the Treasury. See, you want to destroy the whole argument? And by the way, it would not be bad for us anyway. What difference would this make? None whatsoever, because we'd use the currency. Less than 10% of let's say we have $100. Let's say we don't worry about the volume of money. Let's just talk about simple numbers here. We had $100 we printed this year. Less than $10 is printed, or I should say is fabricated. The Treasury fabricated $100. There's a way to explain it. The Treasury only makes less than 10% in coin and currency. However, it has the obligation to back with coin and currency 100% of those digits. Now let me ask y'all something. Why not make them as paper currency? Why not make them as coin? Why not? Explain that for all of you, anybody. Why not?
Because
now,
then they could pay back all the interest, and our debt would be complete, and we could walk away and be done with it. But
yeah, but at the very least, okay, let's say they're still going to get their interest. Okay, every time we try to print our way out of something, we can't. But let me point something out. So they claim that we're short. Well, the printing presses should be running right now, and they should be. What it is think about this like an hourglass. The bottom of the hourglass only has 8% of the sand in the bottom of the hourglass, but it's all equal. So if all of a sudden you're claiming we're short change, we should be striking twice as much change right now. The copper penny, the nickel, the dime, all of the plants, the mints, should be right now going. In fact, I can't even make the noise. It's more like. And they're cranking out clad dimes, and they're clanking out clad quarters, and they're clanking out, but not half dollars. It looks like we need them. So we're not short anything unless it's intentionally being done to us by the government to screw us. Because otherwise, guys, this is not a complicated process in any way, shape, or form. That's the witch doctor BS. It's real hard, it's difficult, it's mystical, No, it's not. In fact, every aspect of banking is so incredibly simple that people get confused when you actually sit them down and explain to them how to do real across-the-table banking. People stop and they look at you like, well, what else is there? There's nothing. That's it. You're done. No, what else should I do? No, you're not listening. All you do is fill out this paperwork, this form. You tell the Secretary of the Treasury what to do. As long as you fall within the guidelines of the 3-ring binder that make up the guidelines of the Secretary of the Treasury, he sends you back another piece of paper with whatever you asked to be done, and it's done. He sends you your notice, your receipt, your birth certificate, whatever you told him to do. But remember, guys, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. It is so incredibly simple that because you have been told that everything is a complicated process, the complicated process is only for the rube, the goy, and the unclean. There is no complicated process.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yes, you were speaking earlier with the Federal Reserve notes, U.S. notes, correct?
Right, two different. They're not divergent. They're parallel.
Okay. Let me. I just want to clarify that. Thank you. So, there's one that I did not hear you mention, and it has to do with certificate. I had a number of years ago a silver certificate. It stated silver certificate on the bill. It was a $20 bill, and it was almost looked like it was brand new.
That's what we were just talking about. Hold on, we were talking about that. We have been talking about that.
Oh, the silver and gold certificates?
Yes, that's what Mike brought into the. That's what Mike brought into the formula.
I didn't hear you mention that.
No, okay, no. Well, hold on.
You mentioned that, correct?
No, we've already been talking about it, but the fact of the matter is that those instruments, like I said, there are 7 different currencies that presently are in circuit. They're instruments. Each one is an instrument. The certificate, the deposit certificate, and a fictional note are parallel instruments. A fictional note, like the Federal Reserve note, is an illegitimate mimic of the certificate. The United States note is a auxiliary currency, and what most people would recognize it if you use the proper term, it's where Lincoln came up with the term greenbacks. Well, he did. The banking system did. So the United States notes were an emergency auxiliary currency that even back when they were generated, those were fought against. Except, again, remember, United States notes go right back to the inception of currency in the Confederation. And, well, of course, they were United States notes then, but it was the Confederation, then the Republic. So of the instruments, the gold certificate and the silver certificate, and the commodities certificate, which nobody talks about, all of those go all the way back to the beginning of the United States under our free and independent banking system that was separate from the international bankers. Those are deposit slips of gold, silver, wheat, barley, copper, any number of other items.
Mm-hmm.
And the commodity certificates, you've seen pictures of them, and the mimic of those is where you overlap back before 1913 and right about 1913 when they were trying to convince everybody that the fakes were real. You see pictures of the combine harvesting the hemp on the back of the currency, or you see them harvesting, because what they had to do, remember, we were a farming population. They had to subvert the commodities instrument, the commodity certificate. And so all of these were perverted at the same time. I'll tell you what, the best man, and I have not been able to get hold of him, John Stevenson. Now, if you see any, and I'm talking to you, caller, all of you listening, if you can find any videos of John Stevenson's currency history, it is the most precise and concise timeline history of currency I believe has been made in the United States by any patriot. Period. John Stevenson. He actually went out and purchased examples. He spent $10,000. In fact, after he spent $10,000 buying a single example of everything from Continentals to the plug nickels, all the way through from 1775, actually a little before, 1773, because pre-war, all the way through to the present day. He bought every example and instrument and had one of the most complete collections in the United States. Just after he completed his collection, he had the people that he purchased the currency from that were brokers come back and offer him 10, 20, and 30 times the value of one or two of the instruments because there was a peaked interest that continued to grow, and now this kind of currency or paper currency has actually gone through the roof in terms of numismatic value. But he could walk you through from the very beginning of this to where we are in the perversion of this now. And I'll give you an example how good this was. He kept mesmerized the Michigan Senate and House in a joint session where he presented to them the history of currency. And when they left, they were dumbstruck. Dumbstruck.
Hey, Mark.
And go ahead. Wow, wait a minute. Hold on. Who's laughing?
Well, I was laughing and somebody said Mark.
Oh, okay. And why were you laughing?
From what you were saying, the guys that were dumbstruck by the lecture on Stevenson.
Yeah, the thing is that the currency is not hard to understand. It's that we've never, of course, you and I, all of you listening, guys, anybody ever have a class on money in school? I mean a real class on money. We never have we? None of us. None of us. Why? Why would they not do that? It's just like all the other things that make common sense, but it's like kind of something that a lot of comedians have joked about. It's like, you know what? They don't want you to know. Because if you knew, you'd probably drag your ass out and hang them 2 days later.
Yep.
That's why. Because with all of the currencies that we're dealing with, see, right now, here's the thing. If they're going to go along with, I want to plant this seed. That's why I want to talk about this today. This is Weapons Wednesday. We could be talking about guns, but this is a big gun. If they continue to allow Kroger's to debauch the currency, then we have no currency. We have no digits. This is what everybody needs to be talking about. The American dollar is bankrupt. How is it this government can't produce on a bunch of rag paper enough flimsy pieces of wipe-your-ass paper to cover it? Because they're not even covering anything. It's an hourglass. Think about it this way. They're supposed to print 100% of whatever digits are out there. But if they print them, then they have to have accountability. See, let me give you an example of what can happen when you don't have accountability because you didn't print the currency or strike the currency as coin. $7 trillion just left the United States in the largest bank robbery of the Treasury over the counter in our history. One congressman, remember when they were doing this, only one congressman wanted to have a roll call vote, and they absolutely refused. Why? Because if they put their name to it, then they can be demonstrated to be directly involved in a high treason against the American people under the Treasury contract. If you don't print it, all you do is slide digits out of the country. If you want to understand what's going to happen when they make this cashless, if we let this happen, which is why we have to shoot their ass, I want you to think about something. They just moved $7 trillion out of the United States with a push of a button. Where did that $7 trillion go, people? Where did it go? Now, imagine this. If even 1 trillion of that 7 trillion was in physical currency, it would be so much harder to steal. So if you want to understand how they're going to make you all into non-entities and virtually isolate you in the United States, what you just saw with that 7 trillion, they can do with your paltry 3 or 4 or 5,000 with the push of a button, and literally internally exile you in the United States, just like communist Russia and communist China.
Yeah, that whole 7 trillion digit will fit right on the cell phone in your hand.
Yep.
But you're not going to fit 7 trillion pieces of paper in your hand.
So here's
in your
thing.
house, or in your property.
Right. What would the volume? Okay, there's a guy that did this years ago, a couple of years ago now. He actually did a little graphic where he said, what does $1 billion look like? What does $1 trillion look like? Now consider, you'd have to physically move it. You see, that's the thing about hard currency or currency depositing. Is it at the very least, it is harder to steal. But when you have scurrilous, filthy, bottom-feeding skunks, excrement, trash, filth from overseas, look what they just did, and exactly what the Founding Fathers warned you about, they have just done. And that 7 trillion has indentured you. You didn't benefit from that $7 trillion they just stole. Show it to me. Show me that $7 trillion. What was it put into? Do we have a new road out there? Do you know what $7 trillion would buy you in the way of highways in America? There wouldn't be a bumpy road in Michigan. But for that matter, for a fingernail scratching of that, the whole stinking country should have had all of its roads repaved. We got nothing for that $7 trillion except a bunch of Jewish bankers putting a gun to your head through the U.S. government telling you you're going to pay for it, but you don't benefit in any way, shape, or form from it. So I want someone to explain to me about that one. Well, I already know it's treason. You're involved. You have treason. Trump was involved in treason. The Senate was involved in treason. The House was involved in treason. And one congressman tried to tell them to demand that they put their name to it. They all know it's treason, which is why they didn't want an official record of who voted for it. Now, it gets us away from the currency, but it doesn't, because you could not do that until the shyster bankers got this digital scam running. And half of the battle is creating an honorable system that demands justice. Reasonable justice is lawful, legitimate currency. You don't have any justice. So once again, let me ask you, how many X's do we have next to the collapse of our freedom and liberty on a massive scale now? How many X's? I want you to, and by the way, I'm going to tell you right now what I've said several times in the last couple of days. The moment they try the cashless society, I'm shooting their ass. They want to push that, we're shooting their ass. There's nowhere to go, but you've got to fight. In fact, explain to me what you're going to do. How are you going to slide? Now, we can slide around it. Let me point something out, because one of our friends called before the program and said, talk about, not turning in the coin. Well, I'm going to tell you, here's the fact. We need the coin. We need whatever currencies exist, and we also need to understand the value of other currencies, because if our currency is now debauched by the federal government and by the international bankers, we now have to turn to another instrument and or instruments immediately, because if we're going to save our freedom, we have to have our physical wealth in hand. If you are going to save your freedom, and by the way, for all these people that go, it's just like the legal end. Oh, if we're so knowledgeable, they're not going to do anything because we're so smart. We know all about the law. Well, yes, we do. And so what do? They ignore the law. Why do you have your weapons? Why is it the population is part of the checks and balance system? For the very problem that you now face, and we must shoot them over. It's finished as far as this goes. Like I said, I'm just waiting because one point or another the foot's going to fall, and we will be at war. We, us, the real producers, not the dumbasses that are out there burning everything. Those fools are they do know what they're doing. They're not ignorant. But they're frothing at the mouth idiot sticks that have been manipulated accordingly. I am not going to riot, and I have no intentions of piddle-putting around. If we wage war, I'm going after every element of the enemy that I can, and you all better be thinking the same way. And the most critical element is this minority group called the international bankers, who just need to be gone from this earth. But specifically, if nothing else, we fought an American war for independence to do just exactly what I am talking about right now. You do not wait until you are laying on the ground, shackled, hand and foot, and laying supinely, waiting for what? A kick to the back of the head, snap the neck, and finish off? What? Well, we got to be reasonable, or this isn't it. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Now, if they step up and they do what they're supposed to do, Donald Trump, all he has to do is say, crank out another 10% worth of the digits.
If you think Donald Trump would do that, Dad, keep in mind, they were making this big deal about the House of Representatives budget, how Trump was, cutting $60 billion from it. And now Trump and Pelosi have this deal, and they're $2 trillion above what the budget was last year. It's like, oh, there's that nice circus, like, oh, I'm going to cut your budget down, but in reality, by the time they're done with the quote unquote compromise, now they're $2 trillion above.
Right, and not only that, those trillions aren't going to us. Any money that he's compromising on, digit-wise, you might as well just figure that's thrown out the window, people. That's gone from this nation. That's being stolen by the Oi boys and the dual citizenship pigs and the communist Chinese under Jewish control, whose job it is to take as many of the base digits out of here as they can. The big thing is the money supply is separate from that. Okay, guys, there's no matter what, let's say that whatever they authorize for this year in terms of the money supply, this is a very simple math formula. 90% has not been struck and has not been printed, but it is already in the mix. So all we do is we take 10% more, the printing presses crank up. Now, mind you, somebody's going to say, well, inflation or devalue. No. That's not the case. 90% of the currency digits are already in the ethereal bookkeeping system, but not in physical print. We are not talking about expanding the money supply and saying we need 110% or 120%. That's not what I'm talking about, because that's not what you're going to do. All you are going to do is say that, well, we're only going to have 80% in digit form, and we're going to have 20% in currency form, because we got to make sure that we back up our currency, or those digits aren't worth anything either. And in reality, the digits aren't worth anything. See, there's the part they want you to be convinced that the digits, which, by the way, will also be dictated by some ethereal machine that's so far out of reach you can do nothing to stop it. You can do nothing to fix it. Let me ask you, I used to work in a bank, and I've said this for 30 years. I remember it like it's yesterday. Anytime the bank would screw up on you, oh, it must be your fault, Dar. It must be your fault, Mike. It must be your fault, Jeff. It's your fault, Bob. What do you mean it's my fault? I don't run bookkeeping. Now, I worked in proof and I worked in computer. And proof, everything, like, what does it say? The titles mean something. Proof. And I'm going to tell you right now that the banking system itself would screw up or intentionally be jacking your money, and they would screw your money because they would misdirect it in some investment, and so they were playing musical money chairs, and we would watch the digits move, and we could see how they were going to screw somebody and claim that your check didn't pass or this didn't pass, and they knew what they were doing is buying another 24 hours of playing with your money.
Yeah, they still do that now. We're going to hold that check for 72 hours.
Yeah, so think about this. Now, do you want a situation where 100% of anything that you possibly could use will be under the control of a handful of yarmulke-wearing pigs who are going to laugh their ass off? Remember Trading Places? Remember the two scurrilous kosher pieces of trash that were the billionaires? And how they ruined the guy? Remember, what was the bet? Remember, they had a bet, and they ruined a man's life. What was the bet? What was the bet for, Dar? How much?
$1.
Only $1, but it was fun to watch him ruin the guy's life. So you're telling me that you're going to trust those yarmulke-wearing pieces of crap, these worthless pieces of turd, to have 100% of their control over absolutely everything at the flick of a switch? You're insane. You're an idiot. You're dumb as a box of rocks, and I'm not going to let you drag me to the bottom of the 12-foot end of the swimming pool to drown. I am not going to let that happen. I can't let that happen, and neither can you if you're a thinking human being. It's time to get rid of them. All the rest is pickle, smoke, and mirrors confusion. Throw it out the window. You're
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead. Jump in there, please.
Yes. Now, you mentioned something earlier. You kind of made a comment about what you would do if we go into a cashless society. Now, we're all with you. We understand. Now, I'd just like to mention an experience I had this last week. This transfer to cashless society is happening so quick, it'll make somebody's head spin. Just this last week, I went into a Walmart in a smaller town on a Monday, okay? I figured out how to use the self-checkout machines and all of that, and that's what I've been doing, okay? I went in there on a Monday. I went back to there on a Thursday, okay? And out of 20-something self-checkout machines, where before there were only 2 that were credit card only that would not accept cash, it's the exact opposite in 3 days. Last Thursday, I went in, and there was a line of about 40 people trying to check out. I go up. I try to see what's going on. Do you know what's going on? Now there's only 2 machines in that entire large Walmart in a smaller town that will accept cash. Over.
Best way to do that? Load up 3 grocery carts. Get in line. Get up to the register, get your wallet out, act like you're going to pay, and you're looking at checking it. Do you read what it says? Leave the 3 stinking carts right there, and everybody do this. I'm serious. We're at war. Waste their time. Consume their resource. And you know what? If they're going to fiddle fart like that, and you know what? I hope everybody's pissed behind me in line. You know what? I don't care. There's the first thing we do, number 1. Number 2, don't do business with them. All the smaller businesses and the ones that were in trouble need our cash. So one of the things we need to spread the word on is, I will do business with a person who is actually going to do business with me. But if somebody thinks they're going to give the business to me and play me like that, they're my enemy. Walmart's our enemy. They are flat out the only people during that 3-month nonsense shutdown. We filtered more of the last cash and last digits we had to communist China through Walmart during the shutdown, people. Does everybody understand? I've been saying this all along. Walmart, we need to walk away from completely. We're done with them. If you aren't doing that, Kroger's is the same way. Kroger said they're not going to give you cash. They're not going to give you your change back. They're not going to do that. It's like, well, then you don't need my business. And I do the same thing with them. I used to work in a grocery store. You bury their ass. The best protest you can do is to throw 2 carts up with the tiniest things you can find. Lots of small, little, piddly things. You want, and do a mix. Do a really bizarre mix of everything. And get up to the cash register and get ready and pull out. And you even show, you got some money there. Let us see. And then you read it and you go, oh, I don't do that. Oh, I'm done there. And you just walk away. That's the best stinking protest all of you could do, and you could do it every day. Hell, if you're retired, I'd make it a profession. They'd have more inventory in grocery carts than they had on the shelf. What are you going to do to me? Let me point something out about that. What are they going to do to you? Are you afraid of doing that? Guys, you can go in and literally shoplift from all these stores in Michigan, and they don't do jack about it now. In fact, Myers Shifty Takers, I've covered this for years. The Myers series of stores that we have in the Midwest, most of them took their jewelry department out because under the shoplifting clause, the guy could literally ask to see a ring, put a ring on his finger, and walk out of the building, and he goes, and you ain't going to touch me, and there's nothing you can do about it. You touch me, I'm going to own this store. And so what did they do? They let him walk out. But they also did this with everything else. Oh, there is some shoplifting counter mechanism out there, and it's sucking money, and of course the Fed gives them money to actually finance that on top of everything else. We're at war. Treat them like the redheaded stepchild that these POSs are. That's step one. Step two, like I said, we're going to have to plant our flag somewhere. You all better figure out who it is that you like and who it is that who's your enemy and who's your friend. Out there right now, the small businesses have been butchered by the pigs in your state capital and by the pigs in Washington and the international banker filth who are trying to channel us. Contrary to what you might think, you guys have an effect. If only 10% of the population just did, or 3% did what I'm talking about, you are going to eat up so much time and burn so much resource. Then you're not stealing anything, and you're not going to damage anything. But you go through, and you pick it off. You eat up their manpower. We outnumber them. And I'm not even touching the card, and I'm not even touching currency. But I'm a mean SOB. And I don't burn things down. I'm not going to destroy any of their product. I'm not going to steal any of their product. Unlike the I-wants and the parasites that are out on the street who want everything for free and will kick the door in and burn the place down. But I will show you what my attitude is if you think you're going to participate in trying to make me into some kind of stinking plastic wage slave. You think you're going to do that to me? Step one, I'm going to try to teach you that you better get back in line. Step two is I'm going to get rid of your ass. Now, that's where we are. So we be creative, but you better be aggressively creative right now, people. If that business right now does not want to accept the coin of the realm and is telling you that they are going to debauch and undermine the value of the currency, then here's another thing we all need to do. Let's get hold of the Treasury. Where the hell are you people? Come on, where are all those feds? Where are all those feds that they love to send out to wag their weenie and steal stuff from you? Where are all these skank, ring-knocking, spit-swapping, oy-boy boys that are out there? Where are they now? See, I'm doing this for a reason because I'm not being facetious. I really believe, we need to do this. There's a basic rule to how do you get to a shooting war. Well, we have all these institutions and instruments that are supposed to be in service. I will honor that. You've got a contract. Go read those contracts. You got them in your wallet. Now, that contract, they threatened to murder people and kill people if we had a competing currency. But now, the monopoly currency, monopoly as in monopoly money? No, monopoly as in they're the only currency we can have in the country. Well, that means that if you've forced that contract upon us, then as one of the contracting parties, I expect you to step up to the plate, and you need to go beat the shit out of all these companies that, for whatever reason, seem to be trying to undermine the value of our currency. Where's Donald Trump, you pig? I have no use for that piece of trash. Where's Donald Trump? Donald Trump, what are you doing? Now, here's how we can eliminate a lot of this, because I know exactly what the scam is that he's playing. Bottom line is, let's get rid of that FEMA order that hasn't been rescinded about national emergency, guys. Remember what I said when they did that? How this is the next step towards the completion of the War Powers Act? The War Powers Act was frozen. It was not rescinded. It was never rescinded. In 1933, the international bankers, using the Corporation of the United States, declared war on the American people. When they did this, people started to take up arms and actually started to respond. Why? Before, there was no 1933 banking emergency. It was fabricated by that kosher piece of trash, Rosenfeld, okay? Now, that piece of filth, working with his commie buddies, undermined all of the viable currencies. There were 300 to 600 viable currencies in the United States when the Fed withdrew the money supply. Just exactly what they're doing now. But they started in 1930. By 33, the American system was coming back on its own without the Fed, without the 10 Jewish banks that were screwing America. So all of a sudden they fiddle-farted with the election. You think this election thing is new? You go back and look at 1932. You go back and look at all the real garbage you're not supposed to look at. When you look at the numbers and you look at the chicanery and you look at the election scam you've got running and coming up on you right now. The crisis they're creating. Well, we know it's coming, so we're not going to get caught flat-footed. We got better communications, so we need to be talking about the real issues with this. When the War Powers Act came into play, what did they do? Oh, that's right. First of all, they grabbed and froze the gold. What else did they do? Well, they declared war against the American people. The Corporation of the United States, as an agent of the Federal Reserve and the international banking system, declared war on the American people under the War Powers Act, which was the Trading with the Enemy Act rewritten. Once they did this, then they went right down the shopping list, and they went after the guns, too. Why? Because we were equally armed to the military. Remember what they always tell you. The military was small before World War II. The American people were better armed, had more guns, and knew how to use them. So what happened? Well, people did start to move. And in fact, there was a whole bunch of effort to go in and clean out the communists in the government, just like we have right now. So they froze it. They literally froze it. That's what the Buck Act was a combination of. The Buck Act helped to change and alter dramatically and undermine the legitimate courts of the United States, just like the legitimate currency was mimicked with a fake. So the courts that you presently go into are a mimic, a fake of the actual constitutional living court you were supposed to go into. And by the way, it's still in Washington. And by the way, the currencies are all still there. And all of these slobs working for all of these turds that are betraying us and trying to get you murdered right now, I think your life's worth something. So I think you better get your act together and get ready to fight for your life. Seriously fight for your life. Get ready to defend yourself. These people are absolutely serious about what is a final debauchery and a mass murder. We have to get rid of them first. And that's where you are. This is not a game. This is not a toy. This is a ruthless, wicked action. And I'm not scared of it. I'm pissed at it. Because there are so few in number. How many would you have to kill to get rid of this problem? You know how many? There's only so many thousands. It's not even millions. How many international bankers? And like I said, let's go with what I said yesterday and last week and last month and a year ago and 2 years ago. How in the hell does George Soros operate in this country? Unless the U.S. government likes how he's pissing on your rights. How does George Soros operate? Which means, who is your enemy? And how many enemies do you have? Now, are they the majority? Hell no. If we all hunted them tomorrow, there wouldn't be enough to go around. And I've repeated this many times. And if these turds think that somehow they're going to lord over all of us, they need to be gone. No ifs, ands, or buts. We have legitimate mechanisms. We even have para-legitimate. I'm giving you an out with the two scams that we're talking about. The present money supply can be expanded without any additional debt at all. The magic whirly printing machines, I was in printing too. I've done a lot of different trades. I really believe in Robert Heinlein. And I know, and if you've seen any of the specials on how they make the currency, you go watch that. And then you tell me why it is we don't have. Why not just 10% more right now? As quick as it's off the press, as soon as it's off the stamp, the strike, ka-chunk for the coin, it immediately is out in circulation. Guys, there are not 15 levels and 20 levels to this. There are only 3 levels to the currency transfer system. 3. 1, 2, 3. Only 3. Just 3. Only 3. No, it's not complicated. No, it's not witch doctor science. No, it's not rocket science. No, it's not mystical. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Everything else is a lie. Anything else is the BSers trying to, pickle smoke and mirrors. I am the great powerful Oz. Cash is such a mystery. It's so, oh my God, you can't understand us. My ass. Like I said, first person I shoot is that bump behind the curtain before I ever plug the other henchmen that might be standing around. There we go. Or GE minigun. Wow, there's 2 parts to the wizard there. One over here, one over there. It's a lie. It's all a lie. It is a big lie. We know it's a big lie. But here's the thing. Again, Trump could do this, and of course, people, we can kill him. Well, you know what? Everybody keeps saying they're going to try and kill Trump anyway, so you might as well do something exciting with your life, right? So how about we institute, how about 10% United States notes, Mr. Trump? United States notes are non-interest bearing, would not in any way, shape, or form. But that would be the overall currency supply. We're not talking about just taking the existing digits. We're talking, if you were to do any new currency, instead of putting it into the Federal Reserve accounts where we get raped, how about we do 10 or 20% in United States notes, which are non-interest bearing, non-promissory instruments where nothing backs it, just like nothing backs the Federal Reserve note. You want to pull something out of your arse? There's something you can pull out of your arse. But then again, the shyster bankers can't take fake currency and turn around and steal your physical property, can they? Gentlemen, prepare to defend yourselves. I'd say your enemy is earnest about what they plan on doing. You better get your act together. Now, there's a lot of other stuff we can do. By God, I was bouncing I'm not bouncing all over the place because here's the problem. It's not an individual track. All of these things are integrated, but they're not integrated in a complicated way. They are very simple to understand. And the first rule is, if you're making it overcomplicated, it's because it's criminal. You're trying to make it appear it's overcomplicated, it's because you're criminal. That's how it works. So anyway, Mr. Trump, step up. We need another 10% currency transfer / printed. We don't need to make more currency. We just need to make sure that we have the hard currency, well, the flip your, wipe your hind end currency in place. And some hard coin, too. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. God bless the Republic.
Death to the New World Order.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The Empire's on the run.
And we were on the march both day and night.
Hoorah. Thank you. For all of you out there, appreciate your input. Not trying to put anybody down. But this is a dynamic issue, and right now, people, you need to get aggressive. You need to be in their face, and we need to plan on winning. To do that, we need to constantly stay in their face. And if they choose to push hard, you push harder back. They pull a gun, you put their ass down. We'll be back in a little bit. Craig taking over second hour, or forgive me, Craig, Forbidden Knowledge coming up next. I'm going to get out of the way. God bless. Bye-bye.
Hello again, and welcome to another dangerous episode of Forbidden Knowledge. My name is Craig. We are live, if you are listening, on July 22nd of 2020, and we can take calls if you like. I have some few things I want to talk about, but sometimes those get put by the wayside if people want to call in. I caught the very end of Mark's message, and I'm not up to speed about exactly what's going on, but I heard something about reducing the money supply, and I'll talk about that, the part that I warned this audience about a couple months ago. Anyway, we're going to be talking about a few things about federal jurisdiction as well. Strange times we're living in now, right? We got a lot of things been going on, just one thing after another, just dominating headlines. But let's start out with the shows. We'll talk about those a little bit here because there are no shows, essentially. I was scheduled to do Dragon Con, and I think I've mentioned already on this program that has been canceled. That's the first time that's been canceled. Although Comic Con is still going on, starting this weekend here, I think Comic Con in California. I believe it's still in the Southern Cal. I can't remember the name of the city now. But anyway, Comic Con, but it's going to be a internet event. So I don't know what kind of participants. They'll have the panels and everything just on the internet. Breakout rooms on the internet. Oh boy. Okay. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. I mean, it's not going to be the same, I'm sure. But anyway, there's no shows. Dragon Con. I don't know if Dragon Con is doing the same thing, but I'm sure Comic Con had already, and I'm sure Dragon Con already did too. They already contracted with all these big stars to go to their shows, and don't know what their contract said, but maybe they still had to carry on and do something. I don't know. Maybe they had to be paid regardless if the show was canceled. Well, maybe that's why they're holding breakout rooms. In any event, and also I learned last week that the next machine gun shoot in Knob Creek, Kentucky, has also been canceled. Yes, it was canceled in the springtime, of course, and then now I didn't get an email about it, but I happened to go to their website and look, and indeed, Knob Creek machine gun shoot for the fall, that was in October, has been canceled. So a whole year of not having that show. And my next show is until, I think I've updated the website to reflect this. Everything's just canceled. My next show that I'm actually scheduled for presently isn't until November. And that's in Indianapolis. But who knows? That might be canceled too. It's coming up here soon. The way things are going here, I've given up and trying to do shows. In fact, one of the things I'm a little teed off about not doing the shows. I'm doing fine without the shows, but I ended up buying a couple thousand, I think. I don't know how many coins I have, Trump coins. And not that I'm a Trump supporter necessarily, but they do sell at the gun shows and other types of shows, and they're commemorative things. They're not, they're not precious metals or anything. And I've got a couple thousand of them, which now I won't be able to sell, I guess. Well, it depends on what happens, I suppose. So I've got all kinds of Trump coins. I was thinking about maybe giving one free with every order or something. But I don't need to encourage orders because I got a lot of orders because of fear-mongering out there. Caller, have something to say?
Yeah, Craig. Hey, you mentioned something about Trump coins. Now, are you talking copper rounds?
No, these are just commemorative mystery metal. They are not nothing special. I was selling them for a couple dollars each or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, but they're not copper.
A mystery metal. That's great.
Well, believe it or not, and I've had a lot of them in the past. I probably sold several thousand of them already in previous shows. And ones I have now, this may shock people, may not, but these are actually made in China.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, huh?
All the ones I've seen are basically made in China. They look nice. Some of them are two different colors, or sometimes multicolored, painted. And they look nice, and they sold pretty well, so I ended up buying more, but then the bottom dropped out of the shows, and now I've got a whole bunch. And who knows, by November we probably won't have too many shows, if any. And I may get stuck with them, and I'll just have to wait for them to die or something, and then maybe they'll become popular enough to sell. I don't know. But I've got a whole bunch of them. I don't know what to do with them. They're not valuable, though, no. Unless something happens, if the guy gets assassinated or something like that, I suppose they would go up in value immediately, but no.
Hang on to them, man. Hang on to them, man. There's no telling.
Yeah.
With
I'm not a big Trump fan. I mean...
Well, let me ask you this, Craig. What do you currently possibly have in copper rounds?
Well, I have several thousand, or hell, probably more like 10,000 copper rounds. 1 ounce, 999 copper. The only ones I really sell online is at ForbiddenCoins.com, and those are my own two designs. Those are the two that I designed and produced. And and one of them is about the Federal Reserve Bank, and the other one is about militia. So those are available at ForbiddenCoins.com, but they just really haven't been selling, and I never really.
What kind of prices do they go for, Craig? Currently?
It depends on the quantity.
Right.
I think I probably have them as low as like $1.75 a piece in quantities, maybe $1.50. I don't remember. The copper market doesn't fluctuate as much as the gold and silver definitely have a spot metal price, and it's based on troy ounces. However, copper is based on U.S. type ounces, is a different ounce, and it's, I don't remember how to say the name of it, but it's based on ounce systems, a little bit different, and their commodity markets sell copper by the pound and not by the ounce because it's of lesser value. And even if the price of copper jumps, say, a double, which it has in the past, even if copper prices double, it doesn't affect the price of my product much when I buy it, so the price pretty much remains stable. Unless something else major would happen in the commodities market for copper, there is no need to run out and buy because you see the price of copper going up a dime or even $1 a pound.
Greg, you got your prices on your website, too, which you did give out, which is forbiddencoins.com. I just went there right now. 1 to 5 medallions, $5.75. That's the postage and handling. Prices for forbidden coins, 1 through 19 medallions, and I think that's if they buy them from you in person. It's $2.50 each, right?
Well, if you're getting it from the website, then I'd say yes.
Yeah, that's just the smallest quantity. He's got up to 101 to 500 medallions, or 100 medallions to 499 medallions, depending on what you're ordering. And you can go to his website, forbiddencoins.com, and the information is posted on the website. You can find it. I just did.
Hey, very, 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 very good. Thank you, Edward. I have one more question to you, gentlemen. Craig and Edward, what is your opinion on, say, value going into the future? Say, if we had an economic Federal Reserve collapse, okay? So in the metals, I'm just going to state, from my perspective, gold, silver, and then I put copper underneath silver. Now, whether that's accurate or not is another question. So what kind of value do you all see as a possible trade commodity in a fiat currency collapse as far as copper goes? Rounds, you're 9.99%.
That's good.
Here's my opinion about all the metals in general. First of all, in 10 years ago or 20 years ago, when I would say this on the air, people look at me kind of nuts, but nobody looks at me kind of nuts anymore when I say that we're probably going to a cashless society at some point, and we're basically almost there already. And now they're screaming about the coin shortage, Federal Reserve coin shortage. I'm going to find Federal Reserve. No, that's the U.S. Mint. But the Federal Reserve apparently handles the distribution.
Craig, but it's a coin shortage that if you go to the bank and you ask for coins, the bank can give you coins. There's no coin shortage on the bank end. It's these businesses out in the street. It's like either something has happened to the supply from the Fed to the businesses, or the armored car, that drops them off isn't doing its runs like it normally would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But to answer the caller's question, here's my opinion of the metals. And I maybe take a different approach. I am quite knowledgeable about, the fiat currencies and the Federal Reserve and U.S. notes and so on and so on. Gold and silver, the gold markets and the commodities markets for these precious metals. Now, gold and silver, as we know, in 1933, well, gold specifically, in 1933 by executive order was basically made illegal. Now, a lot of people didn't turn it in, rightfully so, and you can argue all day about whether you should turn it in. But for the general population, their knowledge was that gold was suddenly made illegal and you had to turn it in by a certain date, otherwise you could be jailed or fined, according to the executive order by President Roosevelt. Now, and then a year later, in 1934, they had silver hoarding laws. So they removed all the gold from circulation. Then we no longer had gold coins at all, which the Constitution says is lawful money. But then in 1934, they had the silver made hoarding laws, but they did not remove it from circulation or make it illegal to own it. They just had hoarding laws, which were rather vague to begin with, but they did have them. Now, we did have silver in our coins then, and we had silver in our coins all the way through 1964, when we had lawful money based on the Coinage Act, which described in detail what a dollar was. You know what a dollar is? Anybody that doesn't know the definition of a dollar, you really ought to look it up. The Coinage Act is very specific about what a dollar is, and it's not a piece of paper. So what they're going to do, this is my opinion, we don't really know what they're going to do, but based on history, we have history to go by, for one. If there is a collapse, or when there is a collapse, depending on how you want to talk about that, of the monetary system, they're going to want to make gold and silver illegal again. That's, again, my opinion. Now, remember, 1934, we still had silver in our money, even though they made silver hoarding laws, and all the way up to 64. So we still did have some precious metals, and we still did have some dollars in circulation. And I say the word dollars specifically, because that's when you look how dollar is defined, we actually had dollars all the way up to 1964. But, and then they started debauching the metals, and now you can't even get copper, hardly. Even the zinc-plated things, or I'm sorry, the copper-plated things we call pennies. And if you look up what a penny is in the coinage act, it's something completely different than what we have. A penny, actually it's a cent. A penny was not defined. A cent was defined in the coinage act, and it's a certain weight of copper. And when you look up that weight and what the size, it'd be like bigger than a quarter. That's what a penny, well, that's what a cent was, specifically cent. I have to use the word cent in that case. Because there is no such thing as nickels, there is no such thing as pennies defined in the law from the Coinage Act. In fact, before they had nickels, it was, the law says half dimes. That's what the law says in the Coinage Act. So I think they're going to make gold and silver illegal when something happens, because you see, they can't have people running around using real money when they're trying to get you to go 100% into this the fiat currency, where it's just digital dollars.
Oh, but Craig, that's just crazy conspiracy stuff again, because we'd never see that in the U.S., even though they did it before.
Right. Well, but again, I am saying that this is my theory, but it's based on history. So we have some historical precedent to go towards. Now, they've also been convincing us to go with. So anyway, they'll make gold and silver illegal. I think they'll make gold and silver illegal, and then more than likely, they'll also make the laws where, you know, because the economy is going to be in shambles and won't have no what to do. People are trying to jump their dollars, and everybody's running for the currency they want, it gold and silver. But they're going to have to demonize it so much. In fact, they'll demonize it to the point where they say, "Oh, those evil patriots, don't you know, are using real money, keeping us from getting this electronic currency up full of steam." So you need to turn in your neighbors and your family that is hoarding this gold and silver, and we'll give you a whole lot of new reward credits.
Yeah, a whole lot of digits. You know, they've been doing that up here, where if you go and you try to pay with cash and you don't have exact change, well, we'll give you a gift card for your change. Of course, it's a gift card that'll only work in our store, and since it is your change, you'll never have enough of that change on that card to get that unless you buy more money with us, you know, buy more. That's the scam they're doing here.
As far as copper goes, to finish my thought to the caller who asked the question, copper traditionally has never been made illegal in that same kind of manner. However, all bets could be off. When they make gold and silver illegal, and people think, well, there's still copper, we can get some copper. They need a lot more copper to come to the same value as gold or silver, of course, but copper would still be there, and copper is in all sorts of things. It's plumbing in your house, possibly. It's wiring. It's all over the place. But they might make copper illegal too, just because.
I don't have the copper. Oh, wait, I think I do. Oh, but it's only in the pennies. I actually pulled up, of all places, the only place where I could find it was Wikipedia, what the grams are for like $1. A unit, a silver dollar is 27 grams. Now, this is according to Wikipedia, so that's probably off, of standard silver. And a penny is 17.1 grams of copper. Again, this is according to Wikipedia, so take that with a grain of salt, you know.
Well, it doesn't say penny, though. It says cent, right?
Cent, yeah, it says cent. It doesn't say penny.
Right, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because penny was not defined in the Coinage Act. So anyway. Yeah, and so they may make copper illegal, too. But what they'll probably do, instead of specifically naming copper, what they'll probably do is they'll make all forms of barter illegal. So that would include anything, whether you want to do copper, whether you want to do whatever kind of metals you might think of.
Well, you know, Craig, according to scripture, that's what it states: to buy, sell, or trade. Over.
Okay, that's my opinion based on history and what I believe is going to happen. So copper may not be your best thing either. So what else? What's left? Well, if you're in the survival-minded type of people, which a lot of people on this network are, you're probably thinking tools and supplies or food. In fact, something came across my desk here. Let me get to this, and since I got it in my head. I have not seen this happen until now. You find the email that I got from the Wise freeze-dried food company. An alert. Ready Wise and Wise Company price adjustment. This is dated July 10th. It says, dear purchasing matter, I'm writing to announce that Ready Wise and Wise Company is instituting a price adjustment effective Monday, August 10th of 2020. I have never seen Wise raise their prices in the middle of the year.
Well, they're going to have to get ready for the production for next year, because the food that they would normally put into their stuff, a lot of it hasn't been planted. The stuff that has been planted, like what we've got around here, because Wise is Texas-based, isn't it?
No, Utah.
Utah. Okay. Well, the one that's Texas-based, I can't remember what the name, what name they go by, but I know that a majority of their crops were put in late, and they're not going to be up to par with what would normally be in the crops. Of course, you have the same problem that they did with Idaho with the potatoes and the onion farmers, where, yeah, they can grow it, but you need the supply chain there to pick it up and take it to the distribution points where it goes out to all these different people. So the reason why you're seeing the price increase is because it's going to cost them more to produce it.
Well, yes, and the email does list a couple of things here. It says, key manufacturing inputs continue to rise, resulting in higher production costs. Prices for key commodities have increased significantly due to market conditions. Volatility across all major commodity groups is expected to continue to rise due to the uncertainty from the coronavirus, the coronavirus, as I call it. So Wise is now raising the prices in August. Usually I see this every year in the Mountain House Foods, because I'm a dealer for both. Mountain House Foods, based out of Oregon. And those, the food's going to be going up. We're talking about inflation here, which it's already going up. I heard somebody complain about the price of pork chops. I'm not going to buy pork chops at that price. Meats have gone up. A lot of things have gone up. Foods are going to be going up. That's your commodity you might be considering keeping instead of gold and silver. You can't eat your gold and silver. You can't eat your food. However, your food is perishable, and freeze-dried food, fortunately, is very long-lasting if it's made properly. But other commodities, still other ways to store foods, and I've done videos and programs about it in the past. So food, tools, materials you might need in hard times, these are the things maybe you should consider. I'm not saying don't hold gold and silver. I'm just saying be prepared if they make it illegal all of a sudden. What will you do if they make gold and silver illegal? So if you got all your eggs in that basket, so to speak, you might be looking at a hardship that you didn't even realize you were going to have. You thought you were prepared, and then all of a sudden they pull the rug out from underneath you. That's opinion.
We must diversify. That's just like we go and collect all of the eggs from the hen houses, and we've only brought one basket. This basket's been around for a long time. It's a special basket. So, and we've been doing this for a long time period, taking that one basket out there. But we fill that basket. We had a bumper little crop of eggs in the last 24-hour period, and we're walking back with that, and we're thinking about all the good omelets and all of that kind of good stuff, and all of a sudden that handle breaks, and every single one of them eggs is busted. Over?
Yep. And speaking of eggs, by the way, I did talk about it in the show, but it's been a long time, and I'll just remind my audience. You can store eggs for like more than a year without refrigeration. And I do have a video that I posted on the video. I'm surprised the video was kind of bombed. Nobody seemed to be caring about it. But I have a video on YouTube that I posted almost a year ago now, where I intended to go, I think it was 8 months or something, 8 or 9 months, and it turned into like a year and a half. But I stored the eggs for more than a year, and they were fine. And I've got the video to prove it up on the YouTube channel.
You're not making Oriental 10,000-year eggs, are you? I mean, no. I heard that I heard you can store them. They call them 10,000-year eggs. They come out looking black, and they're still edible. But I wouldn't want to eat one of those.
I did. Well, I ate them. I did a comparison between fresh brown farm eggs, locally brought farm eggs, and also the white washed store-bought ones. And frankly, the test that I did showed no difference, to be honest with you. But I did eat them. I cooked them and everything, and I had like 4 dozen eggs that I put away for like almost a year and a half. So anyway, go to the Forbid TV channel on YouTube, and you can see that video. It's called egg glassing. Some people may know about it already. It's no refrigeration, and I even had a thermometer where I showed the highs and lows, and it got all the way up in like almost 90 degrees, and is where they were stored at one point. But anyway, it's just basically a mixture of lime and water. Is really all it is. But anyway, you can see the video at Forbid TV or at YouTube at a channel called Forbid TV. That's with 2 Ds, no space.
Mm-hmm.
So,
very good. Very good, Craig. Hey, listen, we really appreciate you doing all that work with the eggs. I recall now when you were doing that. So many things have come down the pike since then. I've kind of forgotten about it, but I want to thank you very much for doing that, and I definitely will go back and review all of that work. Thank you again.
I'll see if I can pull that video up and put it up in Discord, because we got a lot of people that have been on Discord recently.
Yeah.
Because Craig, I don't know if I told you, I finally got my arm twisted to start doing stuff on YouTube, and we're up on YouTube right now with Libertytreeradio. I was trying to help dear old Civic get his stream back up and running, and still working on that with him.
I did see what I've been getting since I am a subscriber to Liberty Tree Radio. I do get the notifications all the time. And so I see you usually have, 2 posted each day, or is it 3
Well,
posted
it's because most of the time we do like the 2 hours of the intelligence report block, and then sometimes if we don't have a program, like here in your hour, it'll break, and then we go to that. Otherwise, it's just one big block for 6 hours that we do live in the evening.
I have seen the notifications, so I was aware of that. They started popping up, about 3 weeks ago or so, started doing it?
Well, yeah, just about. And that's also where, because we've been having the problem with the archives, and I'll answer this question because I was asked it again in the Discord. You can find our archives over on YouTube right now, because we've been having a problem with our conference line archives being able to post the links to them. It's back about 2 months right now, again, and it's probably a 3rd month is where it's going to open up, and I'm going to be able to catch up with it. Again, that's free service, though, so be patient. I will get those archives up, but we're doing the YouTube thing. It's another way to archive. It's another way to get more listeners tuned in, and people are tuning in that way. So, guys, you're more than welcome to. I can't see that chat, though. I have too many windows open while we're doing the program. It's there, but it's, like, in the background. So I won't see it until we're done with the programming. But if you want to pop over to the Discord, a lot of people talk there, post stuff, news articles, have conversations. I'll see if I can find your video, and I'll post it in over there. I don't think I have a page for you on Discord yet, so I need to do that for you, too.
Yeah, it's been close to a year ago, maybe 7-8 months ago, 9 months ago. It's not very far down the list, because I really haven't done a lot of new videos recently. So
I'm sure I can go to your page and search eggs and find it.
Well, yeah, if they let you search it. YouTube doesn't seem to favor my search.
If you go directly to a person's page, Craig, and you're looking for something specific and you know the title of it, you do a search on the page and it prioritizes their videos first. So I should be able to find it that way. That's assuming that they haven't, removed it, deleted it because, oh my gosh, he's talking about eggs. It's such a violent subject and it's been removed. I joke, but I don't.
It's the only video I have about eggs, so yeah, called egg glassing. And before I get off the subject of money, and I just forgot exactly what I was going to say. Oh, about the money supply.
Craig, can I ask you a question real quick? I apologize. Yeah. Are you familiar? Have you been to the Discord that Ed was referring to?
I have no idea what it is exactly. I suppose it's some kind of social media thing.
It's another piece of technology. It's another piece of technology, and I know a lot of our broadcasters actually don't use it. I wish they did. Dad doesn't use it himself. When people talk to Liberty Tree Radio, they reference it as Mark. That's me. But
it's incredible. It's an incredible tool. And Craig, will you possibly just look into this Discord, because there's some interesting information on there, and you will have the ability, Craig, to post things on there. Okay, say you've got something, or you know of something, or a show, or anything. But check it out, Craig. Over.
Well, the problem on my end is I don't have internet. I don't have a place even to. What I have to do is I have to go to Wi-Fi locations, and I've got so much work I have to do to built up that it's hard for me to do much of anything because I'm so swamped with things I have to do.
Yeah,
I am able to.
I almost didn't know Craig was going to do a show today. I texted you beforehand. I didn't get a text back. I know how busy you've been, but that's pretty much the situation that he's at right now. So you got to give Craig some leeway. You got to remember, he was living out of his car while he was doing most of the programming last year, jumping from show to show across the country.
Yeah. I've been on Liberty Radio now for more than 10 years, and yeah, you've heard me do shows on California coast and Virginia coast and everywhere in between, including your hometown, wherever you are, because I've done shows all over the country, essentially. But part of the problem is my internet capability. I can get on my phone and get on the internet, but it's really hard to do so much on my phone. I am able to load YouTube from my phone now. But it takes a lot of data, and I have limited data on my phone. And
Discord to your phone, but I would not recommend that because you're going to run into the same problem. Craig, finish up with what you wanted to talk about with the money thing, and then I'm going to bring something up to you that you're going to want to look and see if your phone has.
Okay.
It's not a good thing.
But because of what's happening, and I didn't hear the end, I only heard the very tail end of Mark's program. He was awfully concerned about something to do with reducing the money supply. And I warned my audience about this many months ago when they started giving these socialist handouts that they've been doing, and which another one's going to be coming up probably in about a week because the money's going to run out for all those unemployed people, that extra bonus money. And a lot of people are just sitting back enjoying this extra money that they didn't have that they were by not working. So more people are becoming more and more socialized as we speak, and we'll probably see another bailout. And we were already talking trillions of dollars here, and unfortunately that money never existed, and so they just basically create that money out of thin air. It never existed. They just make more of it. Now, in this case, they don't even have to print it anymore. It's just digital now. But when you increase the money supply like that, you run the danger of, and it's not even just a danger, not even a probability, the certainty that we're going to have inflation. So this may be whatever's going on that Mark was upset about makes a lot of sense to me immediately because they have to reduce the money supply by the amount of money that they just invented in order to keep from going into a hyperinflation situation. So that's my answer. Not even knowing exactly what Mark was talking about. They have to reduce the money supply. They have to take out as much money basically as they threw into the economy. They have to take out about the same amount. Otherwise, you're going to have hyperinflation because that's an inflationary measure when they do that. But Congress is going to go back in the Congress, and they're going to vote more money for you. There's more free handouts for you. So,
all right. Well,
everybody's going to.
Craig, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have an Android phone or do you have an iPhone? I know you've got some type of smartphone. Do you know it's a Google phone or is it an Apple phone?
It's an Android.
It's an Android. Okay. Well, you're going to want to look this video up. Solved: How to remove COVID-19 tracing app from your cell phone. It's on YouTube. You can find it. It's solved. How to remove COVID-19 tracing app from your cell phone. They have a solution on how to remove it from Google app phones, phones that use Google. And it was on mine. It was on my wife's. It was on a couple other people that I pointed it out to. One of the guys posted it into Discord. I brought this up on the town hall meeting, and I showed everybody how they were trying to get me to opt into it, and they had already had a tracking app running, showing the locations where I'd been to try to entice me to sign up for this thing. Well, apparently they went around and they loaded it silently behind everybody's back and didn't tell anybody they were doing it. It is part of Google. It's on your phone. There is a way to remove it. Again, you want to go to YouTube and look up Solve: How to Remove COVID-19 Tracing app from your cell phone. It's probably on your phone, Craig. You don't even know it's there. They didn't ask you if you wanted it. It's automatically there. And it doesn't have any of the usual app icons that show up on your phone. It's hidden inside the Google app. For Google itself, the Google search engine that is part of the phone.
You're calling it a specific thing, and of course, I didn't sign up for anything, and I won't.
Literally, it's called the COVID-19 Tracing app. That's the name of it.
Okay.
And it's going to be on your phone.
My next question is, maybe this is the assertion of somebody who made this video, they're calling it that, but we already know they can track us and trace us without our permission.
It's not an insertion. You can go through it. In fact, I can do it right now because I still have it on my phone. I can go over to. I wish I could show it. I got YouTube.
So
up,
if you go deep into the menu, you can find an app called that.
Yes, if you go into Google, if you go into the settings, you go to Google and you scroll through the apps that are part of the Google app, the Google search app that is on all of your phones. If you got a Google phone, it's the first thing on the list attached to Google. It doesn't have its own category, it's a subcategory, and you can uninstall it. But it asks you if you want to opt in to receive input, but it's already sending input from your phone about the COVID-19 app. It's basically transmitting stuff to the federal government to tell them if you go into an area where there is a outbreak, and then they can say, well, you were in this area, so you have to quarantine.
It is I didn't make this clear, Ed, for me. Did it say you cannot uninstall it, or you can?
You can't uninstall it the normal way, but a couple of people that are better with the smartphones than I am have done a step-by-step how to remove the tracking app from your phone, how to detach that part of Google that was updated to your Google app on your phone. But there's
so everybody with an Android phone has this, and they don't know it.
Apple has it too, but nobody's found a way to get it off of Apple yet that I'm aware of. They put it on.
Well, you just said they can't. You said they can't remove it, but you can disable it. Is that the gist of it?
Can. There is a way to remove it, but you can't remove it the way you normally would, where you go in and you click it, you tell it to uninstall. You have to actually go back and remove the update that it came in with.
And so when you uninstall this, well, when you say you can't really uninstall, when you make it dead, or whatever you're doing there, switching it off somehow, does this wreck your phone? That's the next question.
No, it doesn't wreck your phone, but basically if you don't want the app to show back up on your phone, you have to turn it to approved updates, which will not disable the phone. It just makes it to where when you get an update, you get the option to decide what gets installed, and you can tell it not to install that app when it comes across the screen again.
Okay. Well, I'll have to look into it a little bit. I already know that I can be traced and tracked by my phone.
Oh,
so
yeah. Ever since 9/11, they openly admit, remember it's law, that every cell phone produced after 9/11 has to have passive GPS tracking that the government can access from any phone. So that's already there. That's there by federal law. That's part of the FCC licensing BS. It's all attached to your telephones that are cell phones. That are really radios, but anyway.
Okay. I want to. I'll have to look into that a bit. I've already resigned the fact that and I'm stuck on the cell phones too. I mean, I'll be first to admit that they got me hooked, and I don't know what my life would be like without them. But that's your privacy key right there. There goes your privacy. You're online, or if you got a phone, you're done. There's not really much you can do.
Well, actually, there is quite a bit that you can do to at least curve the amount of information that they take from you. But most people, when they get to that user agreement, they just go skim through it to the bottom and click agree. They don't bother to read what's in it.
Yeah, well, you can't read it. It's really hard to read. But I know they're trying to get me to update my phone again, and every time it updates, the phone shuts off and it starts back up again, and then a lot of things that I used to know how to do, I can't do it anymore. It keeps updating the hell out of it. They want to do it automatic, and I'm not letting them.
Well, that's also what they did with the G3 phones, the Galaxy 3 phones. Remember, they made them obsolete by overloading them with apps intentionally to slow them down. So another thing that this removing the COVID app, the tracing app thing does is it eliminates the ability for the phone company or Google just to overload your phone with apps, because you have to okay whatever app they update or load to your phone when you go and do an update. Now, it takes a little more time, but if your privacy is worth that for you, it's worth it. But what
I did one time with one of my phones, I actually went in and started deleting all these things. Basically anything with the name Google on it, I started deleting it. And my phone got so screwed up. You got to be careful with that with the Google
phones, though, because part of the Android program is Google.
Well, I understand that, but it had things like Google Books or Google Sports or whatever, things I never, ever would ever use. And so I just started removing a bunch of stuff with the word Google in it. But my phone now was never the same. It was hard to use it, and certain things just wouldn't work anymore, even though I didn't have anything to do with what I deleted. So there's so much on the phone that's ridiculous. I was just trying to delete a lot of crap that I would never, ever use. And I'm getting sick of the Google company and any of these big companies, basically. All the things they're doing. Okay, I'm going to talk about something else here before I run out.
Craig, can I ask you one more quick question? Forgive me. And that would be on nickels, the alloy of nickel in what we call nickels. What is your opinion on value, intrinsic value of nickels in their incarnacy and the value of the material nickel that they're made out of? Over.
Well, the nickel's harder. The nickel, what we call a nickel right now from the U.S. Mint is actually a mixture of metals, and it doesn't. Unfortunately, it's costing them more to make a nickel down. Also, like it was a penny. They're talking more in earnest getting rid of the penny now, the cent. But the nickel also they want to get rid of because it's costing them too much to make. Nickel is not defined in the law. Not in the Coinage Act. It's what is a half dime, and a half dime is basically half the amount of silver that a full dime had. So there is no nickel. The nickel doesn't exist. Now, the problem with nickel and any other metals that are a mixture like that, you're talking brass and nickel and other alloys like that, mixtures of alloys, you run the problem of not knowing what the purity is of whatever kind of metal you have. A copper penny, you used to know. You would know. You could look it up. Or a silver quarter, you knew because you could look it up. But now everything's got debauched because you could try to trade with, like, say, a copper pipe or a copper wire. Okay, well, what does that weigh? How pure is it? Those are questions in barter situation you wouldn't know unless somehow it was validated, like our pennies, dimes, quarters, nickels, like things used to be, not nickels, but we used to be able to know what kind of metals were in it and how much, and we knew what it weighed, and it was recognizable. But a piece of copper pipe, do you know what you're getting? Not really, unless you really are very well versed on copper pipe. But that's the problem with nickel, too. It's a mixture of metals that changes over time and can be changed, and trying to trade some sort of nickel as metal, if you're trading it for a nickel as it comes from the U.S. Mint, well, then you know what you're getting because you can look that up and you can find out exactly what the alloy is in it. But if you have some kind of chunk, something else made of nickel, you have no clue. You have no clue of what types of metals are in it versus what a U.S. Mint nickel has in it. So yeah, you can support nickels all you want, but what are you going to do with them? I mean, honestly, what are you going to do? If there's a collapse of whatever, the Federal Reserve Bank or the dollar, they're just going to go to digital, and they might make that illegal too, just like they might copper and everything else. That's just my opinion, again.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay, the one thing I want to squeeze in here about my last 15 minutes of the show before I get off the air, I did want to talk about, and I have a couple of things that I was going to go on here, but I want to talk a little bit about what's going on in Portland, Oregon. I'm sure everybody knows where I'm going with this. I bet this network has already covered it to death. I don't know because I don't listen to my own network, unfortunately. But Portland, Oregon, as a lot of you probably know, has been experiencing continuous riots, or what they're calling riots, demonstrations in Portland based on the Black Lives Matter George Floyd thing. We hear it on the news. It's been on the news a long time, and things are happening. And, of course, a few days ago, the feds decided to ramp it up a whole lot. Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, has sent in federal troops, if you will, reinforcements to federal buildings, federal employees, federal agents, federal police, however you want to call them, in greater numbers into the federal zones of Portland, and other cities are next to follow, Donald Trump promises. And he's inserting these troops because Donald Trump is just itching to just start seeing things happen, killing people or whatever. Stop these riots because he's trying to run on a platform of a law and order platform. So he sent into some of the most liberal Democrat areas additional troops, his police force, into these areas to try to make more disturbance, try to make the news. Well, it's a dangerous game he's playing here, of course. First of all, one thing we have to learn about is federal jurisdiction. Now, I saw this immediately, and I see it all the time, but when the George Floyd thing happened that very same day, and we see this all the time, the Minneapolis police are this and that, and they're looking at all those, and then all of a sudden they say, and the FBI is there investigating. Now, wait a minute, hold on, full stop. Why is the FBI there? There's something you have to stop. I know we've been conditioned this way in all the movies we've ever seen in the last 40 or 50 years, that the feds step in and then all of a sudden, oh, well, okay, I'm the local sheriff, I just step back and let the feds take over now. No, that's not how the jurisdiction works. The sheriff can do that, but the sheriff could actually arrest the feds and kick them out of their county. Well, that's what essentially is going on in Seattle right now. The local government agencies, and I do have some, the mayor, here's one, Mayor of Portland to Trump, get your troops out of the city. So many people have, let me see if I can find the listing of what people have said. I won't have enough time to find it. I do have some pages up here that I was going to read off, but both senators, some several congressmen, the mayor, the governor have all basically said, Trump, get your troops, essentially troops they sent in to cause trouble.
Well, they are unmarked. That is one thing. They have some coded marking on their arms, but they are unmarked. But I will say this, it got New York to respond. They kicked the rioters/protesters out of that area. I've got a bunch of people that are black that I follow on YouTube that have been covering this from their perspective and going on about this stuff. This stuff has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. It all has to do with raising money for the Democratic Party. It really does, Craig. If you go to
Trump, try to get Trump reelected.
If you go to the Black Lives Matter website, you take a look at the money that they have risen, and it's all on their website. You can see how much money they've taken in, and you can see where they're donating their money to. It's all the Democratic Party. They have to make it public because they're trying to be a not-for-profit, BS organization. So it's all laid out there where they're putting their money behind.
Okay, well, as most of you know, some of the reports out were specifically one individual, and I guess there's a YouTube video, which I have not looked at, to be honest with you, about being rounded up by unmarked vans and being not being informed who they are. They don't give their names. They aren't in proper uniforms to identify them to whatever jurisdiction they are from. They're just basically in fatigues with the word police on it. And they are basically kidnapping people off the streets. Is essentially what happens there and they take them to the federal courthouse, and then they question them and then eventually release them without charges. What we have here is a form of kidnapping. Now, this is like a testing ground, and okay, I hate to invoke Alex Jones here because he's turn the frogs gay. I mean, he's ridiculous in a lot of things he says, but he to his credit now, he'd been warning us about the federal police state, and that's kind of not just federal, but that's what Donald Trump is trying to institute right now across the country. He's talking about Chicago, doing it in Chicago and other cities. So there's a list of about 12 cities now that have said, do not send your troops here.
Actually, with Chicago, everybody has asked him there except for the mayor, and the mayor was threatened with impeachment by her own office today, so she flipped and is accepting the federal troop aid from Trump because her constituents and the rest of, the political body there wanted to impeach her because she wasn't accepting the federal aid.
This is like a testing ground for federal occupation of your city. Are you praising Donald Trump for the efforts that he put federal officers and he declared victory over Portland, and he said, quote, if it starts again, we'll do it again. But they didn't ask for federal law enforcement present or its military stormtrooper violent actions. They want them out of the city. When people in unmarked cars forcibly grab someone off the streets, we call it kidnapping. Customs Border Protection, Marshals Federal Service, Federal Protection Service, Department of Homeland Security, in helmets and green camouflage with police patches, arrested people without identifying themselves, and when asked, and bagging their heads in some cases, some near the federal courthouse, but many blocks away from it. All this after a night of deployed tear gas and non-lethal rounds fired against journalists and legal observers at protests in Portland and a week after a Marshals Service officer filed a, quote, less than lethal round at protester's head and critically injuring him. Saying of this case here, they suspected him violent intent to assault federal agents or destroy federal property, and quickly removed the suspect to a safer location based on this June 26th executive order by President Donald Trump calling for the protection of statues, monuments, and on federal property, and BLM chanting about burning down police stations, not the federal courthouse. It's weird. Every time I see BLM, I still think Bureau of Land Management.
Actually, their focus was on the federal courthouse over the weekend.
Well, today, I think it's today or yesterday, the feds came and finally responded, saying basically they came up with a plausible defense, saying a laser was shown at one of the officers, a powerful laser, and the group of people. This guy was in that group of people, and they paid him for questions.
I haven't heard anything about that incident, Craig. I was just saying, it's like the area where they are deployed, they're sticking to the streets and the areas by the federal buildings and properties, which technically, it is the Fed's position to defend those, especially if the state and the city isn't going to.
Well, and that's the only place they have jurisdiction.
I totally agree with you. This is a soft boot of the Gestapo. They basically have done the same thing that political powers have done throughout the years. They let the situation develop. They let it get bad. And now they're trying to get us to accept something that we normally wouldn't accept. But they're not giving us a solution on the other side either. They just want to let it happen. According to a bunch of these people, these are just, like really rowdy block parties where people are getting raped, people are getting killed, people are getting murdered. You can go, what is it? Let me see if I can remember. I got his name right here. He's an RT reporter, and he's been doing a good job of keeping people up to speed on what's been going on, like with the Seattle situation before the mayor finally took matters into her own hands after the riots got to her door, and she decided now it needs to stop because they're at my door. How dare they? Other than that, this is just a block party. Oh, come on. I got his name here. I'll give it to you so you can. He's got his own YouTube page and other stuff too. Anthony Brian Logan.
Cautious.
Yeah, Anthony Brian Logan has done a really good job of showing these different situations where these Black Lives Matter crew have shot black people. They have run. They're just basically like the CHOP area where they turned it into a free-for-all drug and rape zone, basically.
Okay, I would just remind you, Ed, that this is my opinion based on when you said RT, immediately you have to think Russia. So be careful about that because they'll have a bias and they'll have an agenda.
He's been on RT. He's been brought up on RT to do debates. He's also been on CNN and other places. He's mainstream. Initially, this guy was left side of the road. Okay, like I said, I watch him with a grain of salt, but he talks about his red pill moment that he had and how he flipped and became a Republican. He's very pro-Republican. You can't talk to him bad about anything about Trump. He defends Trump, wholeheartedly. And, my opinion on Trump is an actor. Bad businessman. He makes the deal that he wants by lying to you. But hey, that's my opinion.
The mayor of Portland, Ted Wheeler, the mayor of Portland, said to Donald Trump, "Keep your troops in your own buildings or have them leave our city." Democratic Senator Ron Wyden said, quote, "My repeated requests for why this expeditionary force is in Portland and under what constitutional authority," end quote, have not been answered and were not answered. "It's painfully clear that this administration is focused purely on escalating violence." Another senator, Jeff Merkley, also a Democrat, said, "Authoritarian governments, not democratic republics, send unmarked authorities after protesters." Both Oregon senators and two of its House members demanded that William Barr, Attorney General, and Chad Wolf of Homeland Security immediately withdraw. These federal paramilitary forces from our state, Oregon Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum will file a lawsuit, I think that actually did happen today, filed a lawsuit against federal forces in Portland. Oregon Democratic Governor Kate Brown said, I told Acting Secretary Wolf that the federal government should remove all federal officers from our streets. Trump is looking for a confrontation in the hopes of winning political points elsewhere. Committed to supporting law enforcement officers, maintaining law and order, and protecting the Americans via violation of civil liberties and constitutional violations without probable cause and or local permission or awareness.
And how many of these protests have permits, which the Democrats would scream there, and I'm sorry to draw the party example there. How many of these Democrats would be screaming about, you don't have a permit, you can't be out, you need a permit to protest. But yet with these people, majority of these protests that have turned into, burning businesses and attacking people have turned into, they don't have the permits. That's one thing that we could do with the Washington, D.C. stuff. Any place where they pull a permit, Freedom of Information Act, you can find out who's running the rally. That's one of the things that we brought up before. You can actually track people who are involved with this, who are the people pushing it, backing it with money by doing that Freedom of Information Act to find out who paid for the permit. And that's one thing that you can't do with this because these are not permitted things. And any other time, they would be like, oh, you have to have a permit. You're limited to this many people. Oh, it's important for you to wear a mask. But not for these people. We can't tell them to do that. But we can force you to at gunpoint.
Let me get one more thought in here before I have to leave, Ed, about this situation in Portland. Now, Oregon, as probably every state, has the ability, the authority to basically go and arrest any Fed that doesn't leave their state, if that's what they really want, or get them back on their own property, but they can arrest them. Oregon, in fact, and this is still apparently on the books from what I'm seeing, if they resist arrests, they can actually use lethal force.
They could do it if they want to, Craig, but they won't, because this is one of those Hegelian dialectic moments where they have done something to get a response to make us accept a response that we usually wouldn't accept. The people that are from there that have been dealing with their businesses being burned down, their homes being attacked, their family members being threatened, they're all going to praise Trump for this action, and it's the evil Democrats. But you keep in mind, this is the same party that has always pushed for a police state. They're telling Trump to pull the police back. This is the Democratic Party that, Clinton was a part of, that he increased the police force, and they praised him for it. This is the political party that started stop and frisk in New York.
Well, that would be if Oregon officials are truly wanting Donald Trump to move his troops and he doesn't do it, they actually have the ability not only arrest but also to use lethal force against them. Now, you're right, Ed. This won't happen. First of all, that would be, just imagine if that would happen. If all of a sudden we hear the news one morning and 10 federal troops dead because they resisted arrest or whatever in Portland, Oregon. No, it's not going to happen because a very simple matter that everybody seems to be forgetting. They can jump and scream and kick and scream all they want and try to say, yeah, we need your forces out of here, blah, blah, blah. But the reality of the situation is they can't do anything. They're taking federal money. I mean, at one point they have their hands out taking federal money, and then the other point they're going to push the feds out. Not going to happen. That's their conflict of interest here. They're taking a bribe by the federal government to keep their coffers in the positive territory, in the black. They're taking federal money. So you're going to bite the hand that feeds you and you're going to actually do something about it? No. They're going to play it up. Okay, we filed a federal lawsuit, and that's probably as far as you can ever see it happen, ever see it go. And that'll take years to resolve, potentially. So you're not going to see dead federal agents. That could stop very quickly and be the biggest news of this, certainly this decade. This is a young decade, but we would see an immediate change of place. Think about this? What would Donald Trump do if we woke up and we heard there were 10 dead federal allies in Portland because of what they're doing? What would Donald Trump do? He would escalate it. But damn well know he's going to.
Craig, the only way I can see that happening is if that is their way to try to take control of what they can see is already coming to this country with a revolution. a second civil war, if you will, whatever you want to call it. That would be a controlled event where they could try to split people down the middle and form sides on their terms.
And this is something that would be an amazing thing if it would actually happen. Because Donald Trump, the way he is, I mean, maybe I even put it past him to nuke Portland if it escalated to the point where he's sending in tanks and such. I mean, the guy is unstable. He's likely to do anything to keep people believing he's going to be the law and order president and to try to get elected in November. It looks like he's willing to go to any lengths, damn the laws, and that's what he's doing. It's amazing to see this happening right before everybody's eyes, and not too many people are upset about it. They're screaming about it a little bit, but the bottom line is nothing's going to happen because they're still taking money from them. So that's my opinion. You're listening to Forbidden Knowledge. My name is Craig. The website is forbiddenknowledge.info. The YouTube channel is Forbid TV, spelled with two D's with no space. Forbid TV. Until next week, this is Craig signing off, saying so long.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we hoped you to always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you will fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, Arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Evening Intelligence Report. I'm Mark Kernke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and Central. Ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, IndianaFreedomTalkRadio.com in memoriam, and we are on AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, Liberty Tree Radio on YouTube, and we are on CB base stations along with UltraNet Hallmark and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon and evening to all of our friends out there in lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson, along with CONUS. Remember, they're out there 3 hours behind us, guys. Still real early in the afternoon, well, mid-afternoon out there right now. Also, the outlying two states, the territories, and the clock, 8:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Weapons Wednesday. It is the 22nd of July. It is the 12th year of open and obvious and in-your-face Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist occupation of America with a K. 2020 Old Earth Calendar. 2020 battle has begun. Dance of Swords. And the action develops into a full dance. Oh, my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. They thrust, they counter, they motion, they go through their kata, you go through yours. Each one plays out. Maybe you make a good contact hit, maybe you don't, and the fight continues. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you draw. You better be ready for that. You don't win every day. And that's how you will win the war, by understanding both battles and campaigns. Now, one of the things we discussed, even though it is Weapons Wednesday, we were talking about currency, and there's a couple things I'm going to address in a minute, but before I go any farther, here's an idea, and I don't know how long these are going to last, and I don't know if they're going to, if I mention they may be gone quick. Over at come on, Mark. Over at gunpartscorp.com, they have the 38 caliber barrels for the Rock Island revolvers in full inventory. 3-inch, 4-inch, 4-inch heavy, and a 4-inch standard barrel. Why am I bringing this up? Well, remember those Smith & Wesson Model 10s that are over there for $150 at jgsales.com? Now, by the way, Gun Parts Corp has 2-inch, 3-inch, 4-inch Smith & Wesson barrels, including the Series 7 barrel, which will fit, all the barrels, those barrels should fit on the revolver that is available. It's a frame, cylinder, complete frame, everything, all the parts there except for the barrel. Well, there are barrels floating around, and in this case, what I need to do is a spec check on thread. As I pointed out, a lot of the parts are interchangeable. Sometimes it's 60%, sometimes it's 80% from the knockoff guns to the actual product, like the Smith & Wesson K-frame. Here's what's interesting. The 4-inch standard barrel that's here, if the threading is the same, then this barrel could be tuned to that, it could be set to that Smith & Wesson K-frame over at JG Sales. Price on the barrels, no matter which one you buy, 3-inch, 4-inch heavy, 4-inch standard, they're $40.75 a piece, which is an excellent price. And they do have them in stock. They are showing them. I actually put them into a folder for that reason, so I could see, yep, shows I can buy them, which means you could buy them. And I'm looking right at them. Again, the kits I haven't found, and it looks like they might have finally decided rather than selling out the kits, they may have broken down the parts. I don't know yet. I'm going to find out more through the night because I'm going to peruse the Gun Parts Corp page and track these down, and I'll bring them up again tomorrow. But this is over at www.gunpartscorp.com, and it's barrel, 38 special, 3-inch, or 4-inch, or 4-inch, 4-inch blued, 3-inch blued, 4-inch blued. One's at 201, the other one's a 210 barrel in the 4-inchers. That's the difference. And all you have to do is punch in barrel, 38 caliber, 4-inch blued, used factory original. What they mean by used, it looks like these are the guns I was telling you about where they were broken down. They're not. The parts that one of our people already picked up are virtually all new in the box. We did get some of the kits. I don't know how many we got, but they were virtually new guns that have been disassembled, and whatever, they could have been an import bollocks, something where the feds confiscated something on the docks, blocked something on the docks. Eventually they stole it, then they sell it, and of course they don't sell the whole gun. They have to break it down. The frame's been destroyed, but the parts could be sold. And this also happens with guns that Century has brought in the past, like I pointed out. In fact, the frame that is over at JG Sales came in for the Century. So just a heads up, this is a way to make an inexpensive but very nice K-frame 38 special, which worked just fine. And there are a number of barrel options. There are more than just those 3 barrels over there. So you can get a Series 7 barrel absolutely matched up for, again, the proper part. I should say the part with all the correct nomenclature, only because little variations on how they tweak the barrel, cut, weight, taper for the front sight, etc., or counterweights or support barrel weights. There's all kinds of fun stuff that goes along with that. Okay, so I want to address that, and again, the frames are over at jgsales.com, www.jgsales.com. That's www.jgsales.com. They're $150 a piece. They do require an FFL, but they are missing a barrel. Otherwise, go take a look at the information. It's on the front page of JG Sales. The barrels are over at www.gunpartscorp.com. There are some barrels at 2 other locations, but this is the greatest collection. Gun Parts is always notorious for stuff like this. So if you're looking for variety, maybe you don't want to put a 2-inch snubby on it. Well, you know what? I really like that 3-inch barrel sitting there. It's a nice. That's a nice snake charmer combination in the 38, especially a K-frame. It gives you a little more velocity. You got a little more length there with the barrel. Obviously, maybe an inch more, but it does count for something. I do love the 6-inch barrels. Can't find any that are really around. There's, I think, one here, but it's kind of pricey. Otherwise, I'd probably go with a 4 simply because it's the most common. It's kind of like with the AR-15s, like I told you before. I prefer a 20-inch barrel. They're pricey. Now they're outrageous and stupid price, along with the AR-15s in general. And that's why I told you, go ahead and build a 16.5-inch. Go ahead and build an M4 knockoff because they're cheaper. More for less money, okay? But you still get a good gun out of the deal. You can always upgrade later or change it out later. Remember, be creative. This is why you're supposed to be developing your skills. And again, prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance. Get something. Do something. You're the pilot. Okay, now, want to get over to the money thing here. Let's think about a few things with a cashless society, because this is the end of any freedom you have, and we would have to go to war, and we will have to fight. So whoever promotes this is an enemy of the American people. Whoever promotes the cashless society, whoever opens their face and okays it, is an enemy of you. It's an enemy to your, it totally destroys your liberty. It totally destroys your freedom. They have every intention of absolutely indenturing you as a serf. They already have done this to a degree, and yes, I know, even as I said that, well, Mark, they've already done it. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I understand all the nuances and all the other games, and I've seen all the other BS, and I've seen stuff you people haven't even seen, okay? I've dealt with, again, some of this stuff from the inside of the Patriot effort, and the higher end of what was going on, for instance, with the straw man effect and what was going on with the straw man effort. We put many people in the Underground Railroad, made them disappear so that they were safe, because they were the signatories to actions that the feds were desperate to stop, because they were bureaucratically and administratively correct. And so you have to have ass to back up that, that brain trust. I've said this a million times over and over again, but there's always these characters, no, they're going to be so awe-inspired by my paperwork that they'll just throw their hands up in the air. No, they don't. They just violate the law and break it. Now, that leads us to what we're dealing here with the breaking of the trust of America, the breaking of the trust of the American people, and the destruction and debauching of the currency of the United States. Any institution that at this point in time is now refusing cash is debauching and defacing the currency of the United States, and need to be reported to the U.S. Treasury, and we want to know why the U.S. Treasury isn't stepping forward to stomp on their throat. What? Well, you do understand that, they've killed people because of this for, making competing currency. You can't have competing currency. There's only one currency, and it's the U.S. dollar in America. Oh, okay. So there's a contract thing here. There's a lot more to it. And in fact, by the way, that was the whole way they spelled this out years ago when they lied to everybody step by step about the currency. Well, this is a trust contract, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, I understand that. So everybody needs to be calling Washington and talking to the old Peckerwood Trump there. Hi, how you doing? Hey, I'd like to report Kroger's. They're debauching the currency, refusing to take cash, and refusing to exchange, proper currency and change, and in fact are violating the body of the law, and in fact violating and destroying and undermining the trust in the currency of the United States of America, aren't they? See, what are you going to do about it in Washington? What are you doing about it, Trump? What are you doing about it? Now, guys, I understand about the currency. We've talked about it in the 2-hour block. You don't have to tell me about how this is all debauched in general anyway. But you see, there are game player points here that you can throw out so that when the time comes to shoot their ass, your hands are clean, you've done what you're supposed to do, they didn't do, and they violated the social contract, so their ass gets shot. At some point, they're going to come out and try to muscle up on everybody and tell everybody, well, we're going to do the cashless society, and you need to surrender your liberty and your freedom and your property to a handful of skank, yarmulke-wearing Jewish international bankers, because they're God and you're not. Because that's what this comes down to. So, and by the way, how are you at accepting? If you've got some idiot stick sitting next to you who thinks that the cashless society thing is really cool, have they been on Facebook? Were they on Twitter? Have they been on Twitter, and were they kicked off? Anybody out there kicked off or bumped off any of these social media scams? Well, let me ask you something. I want you to put your little thinking cap on here. You've got this little purple-haired Fruit Loop nutcase, thinks it's a guppy, he, she, it, the he shit, that it looks at your account cross-eyed because he didn't like a picture somebody else put up, and so they just make you not exist. Now, that person is working at Facebook or Twitter or Google, and they're going to have a resume. And down the road, they get to go over to the new government money monitoring system. And they're going to figure out that they can arbitrarily, their panties get in a bunch. They recognize your name. They don't like you because they looked on your paperwork and it says that you're white. And because you're white and they're a purple-haired Fruit Loop nutcase guppy, he, she, it, well, they're just going to laughingly hit the key and make you a non-entity. Ha, 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 ha. Isn't that funny? and you go to use your little government plastic, national ID card with the money system, and you don't exist. Oh, there's zeros there. So you call up, beep, 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 beep. What do you want? Hi, my money's all gone from my card. Hold on. What is first of all, why are you calling us? My money's all gone. It is probably your fault. It is your fault. But you guys run the card now. All I do is suck like a parasite. You run the card, and my zeros are, my numbers are all zeros now. Well, comrade worker, here's how it is. It is all your fault. And we could not possibly make a mistake. It must all be you and your incompetence, and this is why you have zeros in your account. Oh, I'm demanding service. Listen, comrade, what is your name? Oh, wait a minute, I have it right here from your government cell phone. Yes, okay, hold on. Oh, you are a white person. Oh, yeah? You are a white person and you work for a living. Well, yeah, I work for a living. Yeah, well, what does that have to do with anything? You need to be punished. What? It says right here that your numbers are all askew. And we will have to investigate. This department will have to find out why your zeros are there. It will take us approximately 7 days for us to go through the system. I will have to have Tovarish Robotny Kumidsetya Guppyfish calling you back sometime in maybe 10 days. Oh, how do I eat? I don't care how you eat. Well, I got to get to work. I was out of gas. I was supposed to get my paycheck. These are all zeros. I do not care about you. You are a white person. You deserve nothing but to be a doormat. I might send a small black gang over knowing that you could not protect yourself. In fact, I might have them evict you. We have the new minorities projection and ejection program going. We will send a gang of street thugs over to throw you out of the government-owned department now. Wait a minute, I paid for this place. Well, it shows here, comrade, you have zeros. You won't be paying for this place for, how long did I say? Oh, for 10, 12, 14 days. You will have to be out on the street. You need to apologize for existing, Tovarish Robotny. Goodbye. Wait a minute, come back. Wait a minute, come back. Can you all see that? Do you all understand what that idiot or fool next to you? Oh, I don't have a cashless society. That's what you're going to get with a cashless society. That purple-haired Fruit Loop that kicked you off Facebook and kicks everybody arbitrarily is just chuckling like a Fruit Loop loon, along with a committee of twerps that are sitting there with it that are all idiot sticks and dumb as a box of rocks. They're going to get the next batch of government jobs because the queers and the other pedos that are already in there want that bunch in the position so that they can do to you what I just described to you in this nice little skit. But they wouldn't do that to me because I'm special. How are you special? Well, I called people. I called in people for not wearing their mask. They weren't wearing their Muslim dog muzzle. What? Well, that doesn't mean anything. That just means you're a useful idiot. No, I should be collecting points for that. And where do you think these points came from? How do you collect them? Where do they add up? But wait a minute, we had a deal. You didn't have any deal, asshat. Does everybody understand where this goes real quick? This is why, like I said, you better have solutions, not just complain about the problems. Now, we discussed different ideas for the currency. And again, I would mention a name, John Stevenson. If you can find anybody who has any of John Stevenson's presentations, some of them are hours long, 5-6 hours long. They're usually segmented because he goes through the formation of currency and banking in the United States and has examples of every currency. Every instrument that was ever made, there are only two pieces that he did not have. In coin or paper, John actually had like I said, one of the most precise privately owned collections in the United States. He bought the whole collection by going and buying the currency, finding an example of this and that, went right down through the entire process and built an entire series of tutorial, like instructional courses and displays with every piece of currency. If anybody had a question, he could take and show you one, a real one, not a copy. There were only 2 pieces of paper he did not have. 2. That's it. In 3 years, he had the guys that sold him that currency coming back, and in fact, he did break down because he had bought duplicates of some, and he paid for almost the whole collection by selling 1 or 2 pieces. What he had into it, he got back by just simply selling 2 of the pieces of paper he had bought only 2 years earlier. The rest of the collection, to the moon, Alice. Who knows what the total value was? I mean, he did actually at one point. Forgive me, I don't have the number at the top of my head. It was astronomical. So, here again, we need to remind everybody, you don't turn any currency, you don't turn any coin in, you don't give anything to the banks. The banks already have it piled up, and they're being told to keep it. And I would point out, first of all, the very simple process of the stores are supposed to ask for the currency. They're not asking for the currency. It is the fault of the store that they do not have the cash. Ergo, the stores, like Kroger's, are debauching and, in fact, destroying confidence in the American currency system and should be charged accordingly. Myers, Thrifty Acres, should be immediately. You call the Treasury, you can call the Justice Department, the Injustice Department, and specifically you can file against them, because it's been demonstrated to you that they are, or you can file a complaint. Everybody start filing a complaint for the fun of it. Now, here's why. Because we are going to show a train of failures. Once they fail to fulfill their obligation in the social contract, new currencies and new instruments must be applied, and it will, in fact, have to be used, and we will have to be the creators of those instruments. Now, what we will not do is let them do what they did in 1933. Even though we are right now under the War Powers Act of 1933, we're under half of what they wanted. In fact, we're probably 5/8, because with what they've been doing in the last 7 to 8 months, in fact, moves forward the rest of the War Powers Act of 1933 that was not fulfilled. In fact, they stopped in 1938 because there was such resistance, and in fact fabricated and pulled our ass into World War II to keep everybody distracted while they stirred the pot and created more confusion and murdered a bunch of people on every side in the process. We know what the ring knockers are up to with that. Now, the instruments we're talking about, one of the things that could be done, for instance, and this is the Kennedy currency, and there's always intentional fogging of the water, and it's not hard to understand. United States notes have always been in circulation in these United States, both in the constitutional realm and in the corporate realm, because the instruments don't change. The corporation and the limited republic of these United States, the limited constitutional republic of these United States, is still in existence. It is on the shelf. It is a matter of like scales and percentages. Always remember that. These instruments could be brought into service, but they are not in service. They exist, but they are not in service. That's the part you need to understand. FRN notes right now, with the dirty whores that make up the Federal Reserve, which, by the way, is raping us with 11% interest on our own money, they need to be shot and executed right now, need to be dragged out, put against a wall, or hung from a telephone pole out in front of their respective buildings. I ain't talking the local bankers, although there's some idiot sticks that are, again, the millennial and later types that are stupid enough to be drinking the Kool-Aid and thinking it's wonderful that they'll be able to have more power because they can rule over you like the purple-haired one I gave you a little script about earlier. Because they'll be part of the feeding chain of, oppressing you, because you white people need to be put down. Of course, that's the Jewish guy saying that. Remember, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Well, I mean, it's a really cool song, and it got all the kids singing it, and they're all Jewish guys on the guitars. So just remember, well, that's that guy's pasty-faced. That doesn't mean he's white, son. And they'll tell you that. So what do? Well, number one, currency, and we do have to have a currency process in play, but you people are all going to have to first start recruiting, and there's a lot of people. You know where you go? The middle class and the people that are trying to be up and coming that are actually still putting their nose to the grindstone. Those are the people that will listen and will be part of what it will be fighting against a centrist mechanism whose mission it is to destroy the liberty and the freedom of the United States, which includes to totally finish and destroy any individual potential to actually be an entrepreneur or do business in the freest sense of the word. That's their job. That's what they're doing right now. So we're at war. We've been at war. In fact, there's never been a time in your life when we haven't been at war. The War Powers Act was enacted in 1933. The 33-34 Gun Control Act, the Gold Grab, the War Powers Act itself, all of the processes of creating indentureship and making you a bondsman for the Royal Crown of England for the British Mile is what it's all about. The kosher bankers, the shyster bankers that make up the Jewish 10 banking firms that were brought in 1913 were not the beachhead organizations. The beachhead organizations were the ring knockers like Skull and Bones and the rest of the turds whose mission it was to undermine our American system, to surrender us to back to the globalists. That is why, as I've said many times, it is now time for an American war for independence. We had one before. You every once in a while have to scrub the table clean. It's time to do it now. Now, one of the things that you can do is promote small businesses that are listening. And in fact, don't ask permission and don't wait. A lot of the different little businesses and companies out there, if you have to go to the back door to do business from now on, you need to do it. Now, here's a fun one. You know, I was talking about this. You want to be mean to all these people who aren't going to give you change? You want to be mean to all of these places like Walmart? Here's a fun one. Oh, it's all self-entering, eh? Well, you go in and you ring up a 3-cart order and then you walk away. You can ring it up. You don't just have to start it and leave it there. Fill up 1 or 2 carts, all with tiny, tiny, tiny things. Scan every one of them. Reach for your wallet and tell them, well, I got cash. When you read that, we don't take cash. Oh, goodbye. Oh, you don't take the currency of the United States? You don't, you know, that mandatory currency we only have one of because we're only supposed to deal in these United States instruments, which are in this case fake Federal Reserve notes. But you're telling me that you're not going to take Federal Reserve notes, and so you're debauching the currency? Oh, okay, I understand. Goodbye. Well, you kid, yeah. And everybody, if you all started doing this, you leave it. It ties up their resources, eats up their time. You're retired or you got nothing to do anyway. Most people aren't back to work. Just, do tiny, tiny, tiny things. Everything's got to be de-entered. You see how that works? Kindness. I have kindness for my allies and my friends. But we're talking about individuals promoting a cashless police state society. And it's all these pigs who got the benefit of being open when all the rest of you at gunpoint from the local and the state police and the Fed cops when they threatened to shoot you or murder you if you didn't kowtow to them and lock down. Don't forget those cops are not your friend.
Say, Mark?
That police state is right back in your face again. And you know what? Isn't it amazing how we all got to show support for what? The cops are going to turn around and put a gun to your head again? Caller, jump in there. Go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah, that's the Tex-Mex. Yeah. I saw somewhere, I was looking for it, and I couldn't find it, but I saw somewhere on the internet that there's a senator saying something about if you go into a store and they refuse your cash because it says on the bill, he circles it on the bill, it says this note is legal for all
legal tender for all debts, public and private.
Yeah, and that if they do not take it, that they basically, he says they're giving it to you because if they're not willing to take it, then whatever it is you're purchasing is free because they have failed on their part.
It's a social contract, but here's what's fun. I say do the next best thing. Well, just as good, because they're going to try to stop you. Well, in theory, I mean, after all, Walmart shoplifters walk with anything. But you call the feds. Hey, hold on here, guys. I got to call a federal agency. Who do I talk to about debauching the currency or undermining the faith in the currency? Well, that would be the Secret Service. Put me in touch with the Secret Service office. I need to talk to an agent. Hi, I got some people here said that they're not going to accept FRN notes, Federal Reserve notes. In fact, isn't that like undermining the confidence in the currency of the United States? Isn't that a crime? And it is a crime, by the way. Arbitrarily enforced, obviously, because right now, all these Peckerwood operations that are pushing this for their communist Chinese and Jewish handlers are obviously, they know exactly what they're doing. Think about it, Tex-Mex. There is no doubt about where this is going, what the agenda is. And by the way, what really pisses me off is the idea I'm not going to give you change. You know what? We just go to Canada. I've mentioned this many times over the years on the radio. That's what the problem with going to Canada. They hate you because we're Americans, because of the American Revolution. And a lot of the can heads, guys, you know, a lot of you guys are Canadians up there, but a lot of the Canadians were deportees from the American War for Independence. That's how they ended up in Canada. And their family knows it. And that's why they're all pissed at you and pissy at Americans, why you guys don't understand that, because you forgot your history, but they didn't. So here's the thing. They would do that. Well, they would try to, what they would do is the exchange rate was quite extreme at one point between Canada and the U.S. It was like 71 cents on the dollar. And they'd arbitrarily up or down that, or slide it up or down, or say it was 1 for 1. And it's like, no, that's an American dollar bill. You're supposed to give the exchange. Well, they would, what they do is they figure they had your dollar, now you try and get your change back. Seriously. That's what this reminds me of. And now, it'd be one thing if it was some asshat outside the United States, whether they love us or hate us, oh well. They should be thinking they might want to do more business, but the Canadians didn't care. But in this case, we're in the United States. We've got traitors amongst us right now who are trying to murder our freedom. They are trying to put your children into chains. This government is cooperating with that, making this government an enemy of us.
Mark,
if they don't step in and put the kibosh to this, they're with them. Go ahead, caller, jump in there, please.
One more policy about Walmart nationwide about this COVID-19. Everything that customers touch that has to go back on the shelves has to be cleaned and sterilized.
Ooh, I might touch everything a lot just to be, you ever remember like some of the caricature cartoons where the guy pulls it off the shelf and he embraces it and fondles, preparation H, yes, oh yeah, oh look, yogurt, oh, I'm stroking the top of the yogurt container because I love yogurt. Let me put that back in the cart, there we go, and 3 or 4 more. You see how that works? If everybody did this, we could plow them into the ground. They don't have enough people to deal with this. Now, if they want to keep going with it, that'll tell you just how far around the corner all of these operatives are. But guys, you know how much time it takes just for returns to be put back on the shelf with the regular stock? Go ask the girls at Myers or Walmart. How long does it take for you guys to do restock like this when you get junk in? Oh, I think some people do it for a whole shift. Now imagine if instead of just random 1 or 2 or a few returns, everybody marks up the cart, looks at the machine, tells them you want to give cash. They don't. Oh, well, piss on you then. I can't pay. Goodbye. First, they've got to clear it off the machine. Supervisor has to be covering that one, guys. Then they have to restock it, take it back in, and like you said, caller, then it has to be cleaned. Then it can go back on the shelf. And I put in the cart every tiny, stinking item, 3 or 4 of this, 1 or 2 of those, and make sure it's in many different aisles, not just in one. Have some fun. It's like, well, I'm unemployed, or I got nothing to do anyway, or I'm retired. I'm going to go in and screw with Walmart today. See how that works? No kindness. Show them no kindness. They're trying to get you killed. They're trying to destroy America. They are cooperating with foreigners to destroy America. Treat them like the red-headed stepchild that they are. every last one of them. Now, here's the other thing, because, of course, now it's operations time. We get into a conflict and we're shooting. How do we make a money system work? Well, I'm going to tell you something. We just had a guy on a minute ago here, Craig from Forbidden Knowledge. Now, we have to have currency of different types, including conventional bullion coin, in service. One of the things you can do, it's kind of neat because you really can't beat the price. Craig has copper 1-ounce rounds. I don't know how many he has left. I know that he put his money where his mouth is, and he had a whole bunch of really nice coinage struck. And I love his Minuteman coin. His Minuteman coin is a phenomenal pass coin. If you're listening right now, you want to get 20 of them if he has any left. He may not, because, that was one of the most popular coins he had struck. He also has, I think it's the $2 million coin, or $2 trillion. Forgive me, I'd have to double check again. But anyway, that's another one. He had the dies made. He had them struck. And he made copper rounds that are 1-ounce copper rounds certified. Guys, that's currency. 1-ounce gold, half-ounce gold, quarter-ounce gold, pieces of 8, 1/10 ounce. You're going to weigh that. You're going to weigh this. This is all going to be weights and measures. You're going to get back into weights and measures. If you read the Constitution, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Go read it. The set value of the currency is established by the government and maintained through the Treasury. We will have an American government again, not the one in Washington. It's failing us, and it's betraying us across the board, and it's a minority element, so we need to leave it. It is time to say goodbye, time to part ways. If they will not maintain the social contract and order with regard to just the currency, all the rest is debauched. All the rest is undermined. Nothing, nowhere can we have confidence in any way, shape, or form in any element of this government anyway, which we've all said from the get-go. Now, they're proving out the rest, and they're doing it in such a way that you have time to act. We need every coin, every penny, every nickel, every dime brought together. Don't put them in one place. Spread your wealth out. First, collect and find out what you have. Then properly secure it so that it is maintained, just like we talk about maintaining rations. Secure the material so that it cannot be destroyed by the elements. Now, gold won't be. Silver, to a degree, will tarnish. Copper will, to a degree, tarnish, but it will not degrade. However, some of the other coinage that you'll save, including regular zinc, copper-coated pennies, which will stay in circulation until their death, all of the coin, no matter what it is, will have a trade exchange value that you will set. Everybody goes, who will set this? Well, number one, the bullion establishment, that is going to be determined the base value by, again, the established legitimate American government that we are going to have to maintain, which it does not exist now. We're going to embrace the limited republic of these United States. They are not. Now, once we have this, then in all currencies, just like what happened when we were fighting the American War for Independence, guys, do you know how George Washington paid his troops? And he didn't just pay in Continentals. Yes, I know. They gave stacks of Continentals, or wads of them to a degree, to the troops, okay? They would send them, and then Washington doled them out based upon back pay. But at Valley Forge, it's probably the best documented example. All the currency was documented. All of the paymasters' activities were documented. When one pay chest sewed up, there were pieces of 8, Dutch gulden, British crown currency, Spanish, not just Spanish pieces of 8s, but other currency. And in fact, it's all itemized. And they took that currency, they determined the value or the split value based upon the American Continental and the American dollar system that we had, and then they doled it out accordingly and had to figure out how to change it, make change, and break it down. They used it for paying for food, medical support, transportation costs, stevedores, and many other things that needed to be done to support the troops to whatever limited degree they were supported. So there's where you are. Everything is going to be spendable. Foreign currency will be operating inside the United States just as easily as any internal American currency. And ideally, our own currency establishment should be in place. But I would point out that in the transition phase, we will be using probably pretty much everything that can be confirmed to be legitimate currency. Now, how would you use it? Well, once you get into a war inside the United States, you will be trading outside. Certainly blockades, all the other fun stuff will be taking place that everybody's always familiar with throughout history. Hey, don't worry, ain't nothing changed there. But wherever the currency can be traded or transferred, it will be exchanged as part of payments for materials and resources rendered, etc., etc. So the international currency will still be used as international, here's the term, lucre, for greasing the mechanism to be able to continue to function. Now, inside these United States, American currency will be honored and accepted. It's not Confederate. Not that even in fact, there's probably the best example of a variation of the scenario. We need to be able to make sure that we have an established foundational mechanism beforehand already mapped out, which to a degree we do. But all of you are the ones that will be investing in maintaining your freedom. Somebody outside your circle really can't do that. It's not possible. Look what's happened with everything where you've done this, and we're for farther and farther away, you have pushed responsibility for your everyday life. In every area where you have allowed that, we are now in trouble. Look at the look at the public school system and the federal Department of Education. What has the federal Department of Education done other than shipwreck this nation and mind-screwed how many children? Look at the vomitous filth you've got out on the street right now. Where did they come from? They came from the public school system, and they were financed and paid for with operations through the queers, the pedos, and the perverts from the Department of Education at the federal level. How about immigration? Rather than actually maintaining a tight grip over our borders, farther and farther, the bigger up the feeding chain. Look where our borders are now. Can we talk about the currency, which we have been for most of the day today? And the farther away it's got, and the more centralized it's become. Well, look at how they're betraying you right now. Look at how they are betraying you right now. You go right down the shopping list, and each one of these, the protection. Well, I don't need to do anything because the cops will take care of me. Where'd the cops go? They abandoned the precinct about 2 hours ago. They're somewhere down the road. I don't know where. Hey, who are all those people in front of? Oh my God! Kill all the white people. Kill all the white people. Oh yeah, kill all the white people. Wow. Guess buying protection didn't do you a whole lot of good, did it? The dirty whores disappear as they choose to do so, and have no problem following your enemy's orders to murder you in your home as they see fit. I ain't talking to rioters. I'm talking to cops before those stinking rioters showed up. And if you do defend yourself, what happened to that couple in St. Louis? There's a good example right there. We're going to buy our protection. Then they beep, 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 beep. My feces doesn't stink, and I have a big house. You cops need to come and protect my house. Oh, yeah? Where do you live? Oh, yeah. Are they out there now? Oh, okay. Well, we won't be showing up. No. You're going to, you might run. They're going to rape, kill, pillage, and burn the place. Yeah. What do you mean? Well, we paid you. Yeah, I know. We got the money. Thank you. Well, we paid you to protect us. No, you paid me so I could carry a gun and protect myself. And we could table scrape whenever we get to your house and get inside when we steal shit from you. Well, what do you think about that? Oh, bye. They're not coming. What do you mean they're not coming? They're not coming. But then when they did protect themselves, who shows up? Who showed up to take the guns from the property owner, the producer, / the person who called for help from the same bottom-feeding, stinking pigs? Why, the cop showed up to disarm the property owner, the producer, the builder. Do you see the writing on the wall with all of this? Is this sinking in? I'm sitting here watching this, and to me, personally, it's like, it's no surprise. If you know what I've been doing for all these years, it's like we could be even better prepared. There's people that are walking up to me now, I need an AR-15. I said, yeah, a lot of people do. Well, no, I need an AR-15. I said, yeah, I have no idea where you're going to get anything. I told you when they were $250 and $300 a piece, where to go. Oh, yeah, but there's got to be some. No, they're not. They're $500, $600, and $700 a piece now. For the same kit you could have bought for $250 a piece. Well, and then they get that 1,000-yard stare on their face, and it's like, I told you so. And I do say that now. I told you so. Now you got to get whatever you can get. We've already gone through that list, too. We got a caller's patient. Go ahead, caller. Jump in there, please.
Mark, that couple in St. Louis would have been great after that if they'd stashed the real AR-15 and all they had was an airsoft gun in their house.
Yeah.
AR-15.
Yeah, that's what I use, man. Well, you know what? Okay, one of the stories that came out of that, thank you for reminding me. You know what they say, that the pistol she had didn't work.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell you, which is ballier there? The guy with the AR or the woman with the non-functioning pistol who looks like she was crazy enough she was going to shoot your ass?
Lawyers are bluffers. They're lawyers.
I think I would bluff them. What do you mean? They're not going to ruin my house. I just had the curtains redone. No. You know what's crazy? You know, here's another thing. Why is it that they stayed away? Why is it they backed off from her? Caller, think about it. I've mentioned it, but think about it. Why did they back off and not test her? Did she show good gun etiquette?
No.
Wasn't that cool? Guess what worked? Which do you think worked? If she'd been more professional, and if she hadn't been pointing the barrel at their ass every minute, and had that little arm bent, so she never brought that gun hardly down at all. Granted, she pointed at her husband and everything else. But you know what? I've seen troops do it. I can show you a million videos on YouTube. I hear all these idiots going, well, you see what they did with the pistol? Listen, dumbass, the same person who opened their face like that, I guarantee you could find in a video from Iraq crossing his barrel over 15 buddies a dozen times over. You want to know why? You can go watch it right now with all that combat footage from Iraq. So that woman did pretty stinking well and better than the average bear in that she stood up in front of them. She obviously looked like she was crazy town to a degree. She's a pissed mom, okay, or at least, you know, pissed lady with a house behind her. And she kept pointing the barrel like, I don't care who you are, I'm going to put a bullet in your ass. Now, that's bravura. And bravura counts just as well as you know, intestinal, you know, let's say lower male attachments. And if you don't think so, look what they succeeded in doing with what they had. You got two people there. It's impossible. You can't do this. It's futile to resist. Two people, some woman who's both of them lawyers, by the way, which I wouldn't count for much, and some of our friends listening are lawyers. But you know, as far as these characters go, first of all, they were leftists. Okay, I'm amazed they were able to pull two guns out of their arse. They're leftists. I know how hypocritical that is. Now they are. They're hypocrites. So that's why they had the guns. But what's fascinating is that woman, as much as anything, there with bravura, standing up there and showing the guts and actually having an attitude, stopped an entire throng, people. Stopped an entire throng. So you can say all you want about her. I still, like I said, there's certain things when I see stuff like that, it's like, you know, that she might not fight like the best soldier on the planet, but you know, two things happen. She showed up when a lot of other Peckerwoods didn't. Caller, think about this. How many places did they call to try and buy some hired guns?
4 places at least, private security and police.
And did they show up?
Nope.
So who was the greater warrior that day? Who was
the homeowner?
Again, that woman was a greater warrior that day. I'd like to know who those companies were that she called or they called, because I sure as shit would never call them in my lifetime. Would you?
No, sir.
Would you buy them?
Nope.
I mean, you think about that, guys. Now here's something. I'm going to bring up something because thank you for bringing this up also. Machiavelli, guys. Have any of you ever read The Prince by Machiavelli? Mandatory reading used to be in college, but specifically mandatory reading for the ring knockers, okay? Machiavelli's The Prince. Read what he said about buying safety, and read what he said about mercenaries, and look at what you just saw happen here in America. I'm giving you a homework assignment. Go read The Prince. It's not very big. It was actually almost like a pocket book back in the day. I mean, it really was, but it's a basic essay on governance. That's why it's called The Prince. And actually, there are 4 books, but The Prince is the one you want to read. There's more than that with Machiavelli. He wrote a library. Okay, don't make a mistake about that. But the Machiavelli, The Prince, and then specifically, it's easy to find. You will find as you go through there. Look at what he says about mercenaries, and then look at what you just saw happen right there for everyone to see. Number 1, last people I called, those dirty whore cops ever. Number 2, I'd make sure all my friends in business knew who the pieces of trash were that I called to buy mercenaries from, because they're all mercenaries and they're all tough guys and they're pretty because they got real fancy outfits. They got multicam and they got flash vests. They got the latest rifle, and they also didn't show up, did they? Do you remember what I've said, caller? I don't know how often you listen, but I want you to think about something. What I've said. Purdy never showed up for any of our standoffs. There are people, always these characters, got the best of everything. Oh, you got to have the Schmidlap 416, super AR, blah, 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 blah. Whenever anything got serious, not one of those asshats ever showed up. But those asshats would look at somebody like you and me, or like one of the guys that was standing there, and I'm the one who's organizing stuff, and they go, well, you got to get rid of that guy because he doesn't look cool. And then they'd be like, and that guy too. And it's like, well, you just let that slide by, but you pay attention to who's doing that. And every one of those people that they pointed at were the men who always showed up and were there on the line every time we came to the point where we almost shot their ass. And all the pretty ones with all the cool outfits and BS never could be found. When Oklahoma took place, you know who stood next to me? All the burly, all the gnarly, all of the regular workers and regular guys and vets that were just regular people. They weren't real fancy, but by God, we were well armed. And I'm still breathing, and I'm still here because they wanted to come out and tell, they were going to do the snatch and grab and the whole 9 yards. We promised to God we'd shoot their ass in a heartbeat. You know, all those fancy dressed characters, you couldn't find them for 6 months. Their ass went so far off in the bush and disappeared so deep into the obscurity, couldn't be found if your life depended on it. And guess what? The nation's life depended on it. But the regular guys, like you people listening, all of us, the regular people that do the dirty work, that actually get dirty and do whatever, I mean, we actually have done things, we show up every time. I want you to think about that. Whenever you're judging people, that's one thing to remember. All those mercenaries, all these Billy Badasses that have all these neat ads. I mean, you know, caller, think about this. Probably, how did she know who to call? How did that lawyer know who to call? You think about that? Oh, if you're gone, that's okay. Think about this. How did those lawyers, what list did they go through to call for some help to get guns over there? They went over to the internet, or they went over to, you know, like, Bob, well, there's a list right here. Here, Bob, take this list. You can go get some hired guns. And so they went over to they went to first one, and there's this real cool 3 or 4 Humvees, and they're black. And all these guys got multicam on, and they got multi-armor, and they got layers of pouches, and they got the best night vision. And there's a real nice scroll with a dynamic image of them, you know, all dancing through and doing the line dance with the gunfire. And, you know, by us, we're the best. You know, we've done this, Schmidlapberg that. We killed Iraqis here. We've been killing Iranistanians there. Yeah, we protected, you know, Bob the royalty. Hi, how you doing? You know, this is special star for. Yeah, I need some hired guns here. I've got a problem. Oh, well, where are you and who are you? Oh, well, I'm the lawyers that you saw on TV. But I need some people over here because they say they're coming back. Oh, I don't think we can do that. Would you hire? Well, I'd like the lawyers to put out on the air the names of the companies that they called in their hour of need. And I'd make sure everybody remembers those curs. Those wretched, low-life curs. Now, we went from currency to talking about the mercenary. Well, talking about the cop, because you see, you can't buy your security people. Look where it's got you. Organize, arm, equip, and train as militia. Establish a 510 program in your area of operation. Work together and cooperate together to defend yourself, because we are going to have to save our freedom. It's that simple. There's nothing left but you to defend the country. Trump is worthless, the Congress is worthless, and they've betrayed us all. We're in the fight for our life. God bless our republic.
Best for the world order.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run.
Yeah, but we're on the march both day and night.
And that means every last one of us together, guys, shoulder to shoulder, side by side. We hold the line, and then we advance the line, and our mission is to win victory. We are in competition, the dynamic competition of animated life's experience. Now, get on with it. Let's do the best we can. Let's beat them down hard. Let's put their ass in the trash bin of history. God bless. Ed taking over. Bye-bye.